Chapter 591. Fong Ping probed for a while and left quickly. Not long after, Fong Ping found Jiang Hao and Old Yao. The mother-child sensor was very useful. Now, Fong Ping felt that Fatty was a very interesting fellow. He didn't think much of these things before he came here, but now that he had a use for them, he realized how convenient they were. Upon returning, Jiang Hao hurriedly asked, "Did you just erupt with Genesis Chi?" "Yes. It's very scary. This is the first time I've seen it." At that moment, the entire 6th grade region felt that oppressive feeling. It was too terrifying. Fong Ping did not continue talking about this. He said quickly, "Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu are not dead. The monster plant's royal court still has 1 middle stage and 2 early stage." After saying that, Fong Ping looked at Yao Qingjun and said, "I'll leave the 2 early stage ones to you. You want to kill me? Not bad." Fong Ping nodded and said with a straight face, "At this point, if we don't kill them forcefully, they won't split up again, and I don't have any more origin energy to burst." As he said that, Fong Ping looked at Jiang Hao and said, "You deal with the middle stage one. Also, if the monster life royal court intervenes, you deal with the rest." Jiang Hao looked at him for a moment before saying, "Are you sure?" "Yes. That's Saber." "Yes." Fong Ping's words implied that he wanted to deal with 2 upper stage rank 7 powerhouses. Jiang Hao frowned. "You're crazy. I've seen that saber of yours. Although it's very strong, it might not be able to kill an upper stage rank 7, much less 2 people. I know, I'll give it a try. Even if he couldn't kill them, he could at least heavily injure them. Once you're severely injured by me, you'll lose your upper stage rank 7 strength. Then, we'll slowly grind you down. Let's see who can grind the other to death." Jiang Hao said with a smile, "I don't care. If you insist on trying, then give it a try. If you die, we'll leave." Of course, Fong Ping had no objections. If he was really killed, they would die even if they did not run. In the air, Feng Qing and the others no longer searched for Fong Ping. Instead, they flew toward the entrance. "Guard the exit." Feng Qing's face was ashen as he uttered those words. Previously, they were besieging Fong Ping to kill him. Now they could no longer do so. With half of their men gone, it was difficult to surround Fong Ping. Now he could only wait at the entrance and wait for Fong Ping and the others to come. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky, far away. Fong Ping. Feng Qing's figure disappeared in a flash, charging toward Fong Ping rapidly. Mu Daoyu followed, closely behind. Just as the others were about to follow, Jiang Hao appeared on the other side and said with a gentle smile, "Feng Yu, you guys are mine." "Humph. Hooray, you guys better not interfere, or else," Jiang Hao chuckled. "Good luck then." On the other side, Yao Qingjun did not say a word. He pointed his spear at the few beginner martial artists with a cold expression. The captains of the Fei Life Royal Court glanced at Ji Yao. Now, the resurrected martial artist had appeared out in the open to block the road. In front of him, 2 upper stage rank 7 martial artists are going to surround and kill Fong Ping. Yet the other party did not run. What did this mean? Ji Yao's expression changed again. No one knew what she was thinking. How did Commander Ibidwa die? I don't know. These people might have a trump card that could kill a high-level commander. Now that they had appeared openly, did that mean that they were certain of victory? Glancing at the 3 commanders beside her, Ji Yao suddenly said, "Let's go to the entrance." While they were still fighting, leave this place. Before this, she had already wanted to leave. It was Fong Ping who forced her to cooperate with Feng Qing and the others. Now, the situation was not clear. It was ridiculous. 2 upper stage commanders were surrounding and killing a general, and she actually felt that the situation was not clear. It was really ridiculous, but at this time Jiao thought so. The other party had too many tricks, so many that her scalp was a little numb. Just as Ji Yao was about to leave, Fong Ping laughed loudly in the distance. "Ji Yao, you guys go first. I don't need you guys. Huh. Ji Yao's expression changed. Feng Qing shouted, "You're still playing tricks when you're at death's door." At this moment, Feng Ping actually did not run. This also surprised Feng Qing and Feng Qing. Feng Ping laughed loudly and said, "Let Commander Ibidua guard the entrance. When I kill them later, don't let anyone escape." You, Ji Yao was furious. Feng Qing suddenly turned around and said, "Your Highness Ji Yao, you guys can leave. We won't take this kind of childish method of sowing discord seriously." Although he said that, Feng Qing still let them leave. At this time, when Feng Ping said this, he remembered. Previously, Ji Yao said that Ibidwa was missing, but she did not say that he had fallen. Was Ibidwa dead or not? If he was not dead, where did he go? Although he did not quite believe what Feng Ping said, if Ibidwa, Ji Yao, and the others suddenly intervened during the battle and counterattacked, would they not fall short of success? Now that Feng Ping had been blocked, Ji Yao's people did not need. Regardless of whether there was a problem between the two sides, as long as Ji Yao and the others left and came again, there would be a problem. Ji Yao's expression was ugly. She said coldly, "Feng Qing, don't listen to his nonsense. Since you don't believe me, I'll leave. Be careful of them. Commander Ibidua chased them before and never returned. You guys be careful." After saying this, Ji Yao quickly left with her people. In the distance, Feng Ping laughed again. "Ji Yao, what are you afraid of now? Wait to celebrate for me. The martial king has agreed to the marriage between you and me. From now on, the catacombs will belong to you. I hope that you and I will be together forever, and there will be no more wars. Feng Ping." Ji Yao stopped, looked at him coldly, and shouted sternly, "Don't force me." Understood, understood. Be careful of the fish that slipped through the net, Feng Ping laughed. At this time, he was already surrounded by 2 upper stage rank 7 martial artists. At this time, Feng Qing and Feng Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. Let's see how you can run now. As for what Feng Ping said, 90% of it could not be trusted. The remaining 10% could be considered after killing him. They were not stupid. If there was a conspiracy, did it need to be said here? As if he knew what they were thinking. Feng Ping did not panic at this moment. He smiled and said, "Dead people can't reveal secrets. Both of you, today I'll send you off. I hope you have a safe journey." After saying that, Feng Ping roared. The Changdao in his hand instantly erupted with a strong golden glow. Feng Ping broke through the air, taking the initiative to attack Feng Qing for the first time, courting death. A divine weapon appeared in Feng Qing's hand out of thin air, a long halberd similar to Feng Yexing's. However, this long halberd in Feng Qing's hand erupted with an extremely strong power. Feng Ping had collected a large number of divine weapons, but there were not many people who could really unleash the power of a divine weapon. Even some rank 7 martial artists could not do it. This time, Feng Qing let Feng Ping witness the power of a divine weapon. Feng Qing's materialization appeared instantly, merging into the divine weapon. Then, the long halberd seemed to come alive. A towering monster plant appeared out of thin air, like a living thing, replacing the divine weapon. This monster plant looked like a cypress tree. As soon as it appeared, it broke through the air and attacked Feng Ping. It took the initiative to attack Feng Ping, as if no one was controlling it. Feng Ping's saber slashed out, as if he had slashed a living thing. The clang sound of metal colliding echoed on the tree trunk. The next moment, countless branches broke through the air and lashed at Feng Ping. At this time, Feng Qing also broke through the air with a punch. His body moved along with the punch, attacking Feng Ping. Boom! With an explosive sound, Feng Ping flew backward. Blood burst out of his mouth, and his flesh exploded again. Weak. Weaklings should have the awareness of weaklings. Constantly provoking powerhouses, you should have died long ago. Feng Ping spat out a few pieces of crystallized internal organs and laughed. Very weak indeed. I didn't expect myself to be so weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping's small city exploded behind him. Mu Daoyu, who attacked him silently, took a few steps back. He smiled faintly. This is not bad, but how long can you last? Kill him, then go kill Jiang Hao. All right. Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu conversed. After that, both of them attacked Fong Ping at the same time. The monster plant transformed by the divine weapon, on the other hand, sealed the surrounding void. Feng Qing transformed the divine weapon not to kill Fong Ping with it, but to seal the boundary and prevent Fong Ping from leaving. Fong Ping quickly glanced at the monster plant. Interesting. This was his first time seeing the power of a divine weapon in the truest sense. He could not achieve this if he used a divine weapon. It was not just him. There were very few people who could do it. This needed time. His divine weapon, when it unleashed its greatest power, could only emit the roar of a ferocious beast. It could not achieve this level of transformation. This was related to the strength of one's mentality, as well as how long one could control the divine weapon. I'm not playing with you guys anymore, Fong Ping boasted. He could not afford to play with him. 2 upper stage rank 7s working together could kill him with one move. The next moment, a saber different from the one before appeared in Fong Ping's hand. The new Changdao did not leak any aura at all. It seemed powerless. At this moment, Fong Ping's face was contorted in pain. His body shone with a golden glow, and his flesh and blood were withering. Fong Ping's face looked old all of a sudden. Kill. When Feng Qing saw this, he let out a roar. His fist was wrapped in celestiality, and he punched at Fong Ping. When this punch was punched, strange phenomena appeared in the void. An illusory maple tree appeared out of thin air, just like the Sanjiao Gate. It was like a mirage in another space. When Feng Qing punched, a leaf fell from the maple tree and floated toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping instantly felt the threat of death. Beside him, Mu Daoyu chuckled softly. Fong Ping should be honored to die in their hands. 2 upper stage commanders had used their ultimate moves to kill a general martial artist. This was not a treatment that anyone could enjoy. I want to see if this slash of mine can kill you. Fong Ping roared in his heart. If Old Man Li could do it, so could he. Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu had sealed himself, and they had also sealed themselves. These two had no intention of leaving. Blood saber technique. Fong Ping roared. At this moment, his essence, spirit, and soul surged into the saber. The small city that had just been condensed collapsed immediately. Like gas, it surged into the Changdao. His flesh exploded completely, and not a single strand of his flesh and blood flowed into the Changdao. Fong Ping could even feel his vitality slipping away. In the void, the Sanjiao Gate appeared. At this moment, the 2 doors that were originally sealed were directly opened. Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu's expressions changed slightly. Without hesitation, they attacked even faster. Slash. As soon as the word slash left his mouth, Fong Ping drew his saber and swept it horizontally. The saber glow erupted. The divine weapon monster plant that was sealing this place was shattered immediately. After a while, it turned back into the original halberd. Its color dimmed, and it fell to the ground. Kagu! Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu roared again and again. A maple leaf and a small tree collided with the saber glow instantly. As for the maple leaf, it shattered in the blink of an eye. The small tree also turned into dust instantly. How can this be? A roar of extreme disbelief was heard. Feng Qing could not believe it. His full-powered move was broken just like that. How is this possible? Similarly, Ji Yao, who was already far away from this place, looked at the sky-piercing saber glow with a face full of disbelief. How could a general-level martial artist unleash an attack like this? Beside her, a chieftain said with a solemn expression, "Life strike!" When a resurrected martial artist reaches the end of his life and exhausts everything, He can only unleash this attack. But this attack of his has exceeded his limit. Even if he exhausted everything, logically, it should not be this powerful. But Fong Ping did it. Every major force had sword-nurturing techniques and saber-nurturing techniques. It was not something that everyone could cultivate. There was no rank 6 martial artist who would not think about breaking through in rank 6. Instead, they would spend decades thinking about nurturing a saber and sword that could use their lives to slay a rank 7. In this world, he might be able to break through to rank 8. As for Fong Ping, he had the time and energy to do so. He did not spend decades, and nurturing the saber did not take up his time either. Nurturing the saber day and night for more than a month was comparable to the results of others for several years. At this moment, Fong Ping exhausted everything and unleashed this slash. Die. Rumble. Above the firmament, the saber glow pierced a hole in the chaotic energy flow. In midair, Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu's eyes widened. Both of them did not defend. Instead, they joined forces and attacked Fong Ping. If they killed Fong Ping, everything would fall apart on its own. At this moment, Fong Ping's hair was white, his body was broken, and his golden bones had completely dimmed. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The space was shaking. The saber glow was like a scorching sun, flashing and disappearing. The composition of the saber glow was no longer celestiality, nor was it vitality force, but pure destructive force. Feng Qing watched as the fist reached the side of Fong Ping's head. The fist force even blasted the flesh of Fong Ping's skull. But at this moment, Feng Qing already felt an incomparably huge threat, the crisis of death. Feng Qing was full of unwillingness. As he roared, a set of armor suddenly appeared on his body. Divine weapon armor. As soon as the armor appeared, the saber glow slashed across. The armor was like a living thing. With a scream, it shattered instantly. However, this also blocked the saber glow for a moment. A blood-red glow flashed across Feng Qing's waist. His entire body was split into 2 halves, the upper half shooting out. On the other side, Mu Daoyu saw that the saber glow was blocked and was about to escape. A fierce look flashed across Fong Ping's eyes. He growled, "Explode!" The illusory small city appeared again. In the next moment, it exploded. Mu Daoyu fell into a momentary daze. And this moment was enough to take his life. Bang! His head was swept by the saber glow. With an explosive sound, it turned into powder immediately. As for Fong Ping, he felt that he was already dead. He could no longer feel anything. Even his vision had darkened. This slash, what was it for? At this moment, such a thought flashed across his mind. Why did he have to fight them? Even to the point where he might already be dead. So, I can also regret. He regretted it. In the blink of an eye, he thought of many things. When he came in and killed people, it was because he was blinded by wealth. All he thought about was killing people. After that, he insisted on killing Feng Qing and the rest not for wealth. He was afraid, regretful, and worried. He was afraid that it would really cause a great war between humanity's apex and the catacombs. He wanted to make up for everything. He wanted to kill all these people. Dead men tell no tales. At the end of the day, he was still afraid. He did not want a great battle to break out because of his own greed. If he killed Feng Qing and the rest, perhaps it would be more troublesome. But the trouble was already here. Adding more trouble would be the same. Perhaps it would develop in a good direction. With dead men telling no tales, no one would really believe that he killed these people. Therefore, this slash that he did not know the outcome was executed. I still want to live. I don't want to die. I'm afraid of death. In the next moment, another thought appeared in Fong Ping's mind, and he remembered that he had swallowed a large amount of life essence and hid it in his abdomen. He hid all his remaining life essence in his abdomen. Life essence! Accompanied by this thought, Fong Ping suddenly felt a clear stream brushing past his body. It was as if he had come back to life. After a moment, Fong Ping opened his eyes. Everything happened in an instant. At this moment, he had not yet fallen from midair to the ground. Not far away, Fong Qing held in pain. He was not dead yet. Even though he had been cut into two, he was still not dead. Fong Qing moved his upper body with difficulty, crawling to the place where his lower body had fallen. He flashed a hideous smile at Fong Ping. In between the two halves of his body, similarly, a large amount of life essence energy appeared. There was a sizzling sound. His flesh and blood were gluing together. His broken bones were also regenerating. Fong Ping was the same. His broken flesh and blood were regenerating. Fong Ping, you've exceeded my expectations, but you still can't escape death. Fong Qing was a little crazy. Mu Daoyu was killed. He was almost killed too. He did not expect this at all. He was actually almost killed by a general-level martial artist. No, even if Fong Ping was a rank 7, he did not think that he would almost die here. Fong Ping did not care about him. He quickly checked his own situation. His injuries were extremely serious. His mentality was worse than the last time he was injured by Huimiking. Last time, at least he retained mentality of more than 100 hertz. This time, it was only a few hertz. He was almost sucked dry. Being injured to this extent, the system's recovery speed was also extremely slow. Fortunately, under the nourishment of life essence, part of his body recovered. Even though Fong Ping's head was splitting, he still endured the pain and struggled to stand up. The rank 8 saber fell to the side. Its color was dim, no longer shiny. Fong Ping picked up the Changdao. Without a word, he charged toward Fong Qing, who was still recovering. In the distance, Yao Qingjun let out an angry roar. His long spear shot out a dazzling light, killing an early-stage rank 7 and shattering his materialization directly. Further away, Jiang Hao was also roaring furiously. He had not killed his opponent yet, so he could not help Fong Ping. Fong Qing saw the scene too. His expression changed slightly, but he sneered. It would not be too late to kill Fong Ping first, and then run. Fong Qing healed his upper and lower body, while waving his fists and fighting Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not have mentality. His body was also severely injured, but at this moment he was like a god of war. Fong Qing's fists landed on his body, causing a series of metal explosions. Continue. Today, I'll borrow your head to boost my vitality by 10,000 points. He bombarded Fong Ping. Fong Ping slashed for a while with his saber, then threw it away and hammered the other party with his fists. The divine weapon's power was exhausted. At this moment, it was difficult to even conduct destructive force. He might as well fight with his fists. The two parts of Fong Qing's body had already been glued together. Although it was not as smooth as before, an upper stage rank 7 martial artist physique was not weak. Earlier, he had used 2 divine weapons consecutively. Under Fong Ping's slashes, his mentality was also heavily injured. He might not be any better than Fong Ping. At this moment, both of them used their physiques. Every punch connected. From underground, they fought in midair, and from midair, they fought underground. The ground cracked. Initially, there was a huge pit in the ground. Now it was getting bigger. Even the signs of the boundary wall appeared underground. Fong Ping became more and more courageous as he fought. His body shone with golden light. His previously dim, golden bones were also starting to recover. Fong Qing's expression changed drastically. He roared, "Life Extinguisher!" He remembered now. Fong Life Extinguisher was still here. Fong Yeshing had not been targeted before. But now that a quasi-commander had appeared, he might be able to change the situation. Stop yelling. He ran away a long time ago. Fong Ping sneered. Fong Yeshing ran away the moment he made his move. Although Fong Ping saw it, he was powerless to stop it. He did not know if that fellow was scared out of his wits. Fong Ping had initially planned to kill everyone. Now that Fong Yeshing had run away, Perhaps he had gone out. Fong Ping's expression darkened at the thought. However, Fong Ping snorted softly in his heart. Fine, let's run then. When the time comes, I'll throw the blame to him. Everyone's dead except for him. No, I'll throw the blame to him and Ji Yao. There's something going on between the two of them. They purposely killed Feng Qing and supported Feng Yexing in order to make him the heir to the throne. From beginning to end, the king battlefield had been a play between the two of them, a self-directed and self-acted play. Does anyone believe it? Fong Ping did not know if anyone would believe him. There were many loopholes, but now that things had come to this, he might as well give it a try. Now that the Feng clan had an heir to the throne, it would be difficult to produce a second one. Feng Yexing had a motive to kill Feng Qing. A paragon did not have the means to support two descendants to fight for the throne. This was what Jiang Hao had told him. When he thought about this, Fong Ping felt that his golden body was becoming more and more brilliant. Come on, continue. Fong Ping laughed. His vitality seemed to be reaching the limit of 10,000 cal. The gate of life had not been closed yet, but his vitality was already reaching the limit. If this continued, what kind of changes would occur? Very soon, Fong Ping knew what kind of changes would occur. Just as Feng Qing's fist was about to land on Fong Ping again, Fong Ping suddenly felt himself transforming. Roar! Fong Ping roared like a wild beast. The flesh on his body, which was originally a little red, turned completely golden in the blink of an eye. Golden body. A real golden body. No, there's still one last bit left. My skull and bone marrow haven't been honed. Fong Ping felt the transformation of his body. Right now, if there was anyone who could compare him, it would be Old Man Li's state after he had recovered in gigantic Willow City. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Feng Qing, who could still shatter Fong Ping's flesh earlier, attacked Fong Ping again. However, it was as if he had hit a steel wall, and he took a few steps back. Seeing this, Feng Qing's expression changed drastically. Without another word, he turned around and ran. Where are you going? Go to hell! Fong Ping roared. On his fist, destructive force gushed out instantly, and he punched. Boom! With a loud explosion, Feng Qing, who had already escaped, was blasted into pieces by the golden glow. So powerful! Fong Ping hammered his own chest. As if hammering a leather drum, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Is this a real golden body? No, the internal organs are not yet, and neither is the skull and bone marrow. There's still one last bit left. There's still one last bit left. At this moment, Fong Ping lifted his head and glanced at the Sanjiao gate floating in the air. The two gates that were opened earlier had already closed up once again. As for the third gate of life, under Fong Ping's soaring vitality, that gate was actually closing up automatically. Interesting. This is too interesting. If that's the case, even if I don't cultivate and don't seal the gate, the strength of my vitality force is enough to break through the gate and seal itself? No, it's not vitality force, it's my vitality. My vitality is too strong. It's almost like I forged a golden body. Such vitality is extremely powerful. My vitality is so powerful that it's going to close the gate of life automatically. Fong Ping found it a little unbelievable. His vitality had just reached 10,000 cal. After reaching 10,000 cal, it was as if he had broken through a limit. Everything was different. If the gate of life closes, will I enter rank 7 directly or rank 8? No, my mentality is still a little lacking. It hasn't reached that stage yet. Then, will I still be rank 7? A rank 7 with a golden body? Then, won't I be the second Old Man Li? Maybe I'll be stronger than he was back then. He didn't have materialized mentality. At this moment, Fong Ping suspected that if he closed the gate of life, it would be comparable to Old Man Li, who did not have myriad Dao unification on the day of the Grandmaster Banquet. Back then, Old Man Li could enter the rank 8 ranking, even if he was the weakest. However, he, Fong Ping, should also possess this kind of ability. Maybe I'm not a match for Old Man Chin, the number 1 rank, 7 at that time, but I'm afraid there aren't many rank 7s who can be my opponent. Gate of Life. Fong Ping took another look at the Gate of Life, suspended in the sky. This gate was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, I can close the gate on my own. Just as Fong Ping was still staring at the gate, a roar came from afar. Then, 2 earth-shattering explosions sounded. In the next moment, Yao Qingjun and Jiang Hao came, bathed in blood. When he saw that Fong Ping was the only one left in the pit, Jiang Hao laughed heartily. Amazing, really amazing. You actually killed 2 upper stage rank 7. Unbelievable. Fong Ping lifted his head and smiled. It's nothing. Instructor Li killed a rank 8 with 1 slash back then. I, Fong Ping, am still a step away. What a pity. Invincible among peers. I'm still a step away. Compared to the real invincible powerhouse, Li Changsheng, I'm still a step away. That was a heaven-defying powerhouse who killed a rank 8 at rank 6. It was only at this moment that Fong Ping could understand how freakish Li Changxing was. He, Fong Ping, had cast golden bones, perfected golden body, materialized mentality, rank 8 divine weapon. It could be said that he had done everything he could. However, he was not confident that he could kill a rank 8. No, he could not kill a rank 8. That old man, on the other hand, relied on an alloy weapon and killed a rank 8 powerhouse. Even if someone else was involved, Li Changsheng was still freakish to the point that Fong Ping was shocked. Li Jinning took a liking to old man Li, even prepared to make him his successor, even sending him the origin, unique technique. At this moment, Fong Ping really understood. That day when old man Li united all paths, Wu Quishan was heartbroken. Fong Ping could understand now. That kind of freak, once he grew into a top-notch powerhouse in the future, he might be another battle king, or even stronger. Old man, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Without really fighting with powerhouses, it was really impossible to understand all this. In the past, in Fong Ping's eyes, a rank 6 killing a rank 8 was just a thought. Today, after killing 2 upper stage rank 7, Fong Ping completely understood. I'm not as good as him. He was ashamed of his own inferiority. Fong Ping's expression revealed a strange expression. However, even if old man Li did not say it, Fong Ping knew some of the reasons why. Maybe it was also because of him. In the past, MCMAU lacked high-end combat strength. The rank 8 Wu Quishan could no longer ensure his smooth growth. Only rank 9 combat strength, or even stronger, could do it. 10,000 Paths United. I must find the 10,000 Paths United cultivation method from the ancient martial arts era. A real freak can't just die like this, and he died because of me. Even if old man Li was not a freak, Fong Ping still could not watch him die. In the next moment, Fong Ping picked up the halberd that Feng Qing dropped, put away his rank 8 Changdao, and shouted, Go! Go to the entrance and chase after Feng, extermination. If he runs away, we'll come back to explore the ruins. His goal was none other than the cultivation method. Everything else was nothing. Even if it was mentality without a source, vitality force, treasures of heaven and earth. Those were nothing. He was about to automatically close the door of life. These were not important. What was important was the cultivation method, the 10,000 Paths United cultivation method. Whether he could find it or not, he would look for it first. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version M. Chapter 592. Fong Ping and the others chased after them at an extremely fast speed. After rushing to the entrance, Fong Ping probed for a while and frowned slightly. Ji Yao and the others have gone out. Yes, everyone sensed the remnant auras of Ji Yao's group. They were at the entrance. Where's Feng? Extermination. I don't know. Fong Ping continued. I don't think he went out. He's not that fast. He might not dare to come out because I said that Bai Duo is guarding this place. As soon as he said that, Yao Qingjun and his companion remembered something. Indeed, Fang Ping had said this before. If Feng Yesheng was frightened, he might not dare to walk out of the entrance. It was very likely that Feng Yesheng was still at the sovereign battlefield, but he was hiding. Seeing this, Yao Qingjun said, "I'll stand guard here." Fang Ping, go look for the ruins. Fang Ping nodded slightly, then said, "If we meet Feng, extermination, kill him. If I can't meet him, then there's no need to care too much about it. Now that things have come to this, it's already a foregone conclusion. If I really can't avoid it, then I'll just exile myself." Having said that, Fang Ping leaped into the air, shouting, "I'll go look for it. Now, I can do whatever I want in this area." At this moment, he really could do whatever he wanted, even if his mentality had not recovered. Fang Ping's physique was so strong that he felt that even if he encountered a living Fengqing now, he might still be able to put up a fight. The enemy had to break through his golden body first. Fang Ping left and began to explore this territory for real. Jiang Hao also left. He wasn't going to go this way. He was going to find a weak point in the realm wall and see if he could break it and leave through the rank 7 region. He was even prepared to deny that he had ever been to the rank 6 region. It's nothing. Anyway, those who saw me were all killed, apart from the people of the Demon Life Royal Court. But if those guys said that he had been here, did he really come here? What a joke! Yao Qingjun, on the other hand, stood guard at the entrance. He still wanted to see if he could block Feng extermination. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that Feng Yesheng would find a weak point in the realm wall and leave through the rank 7 region. At this moment, Fang Ping was searching for the ruins while taking inventory of his gains this time. In the storage space, there were a total of 104 7th grade divine weapons. There were 2 rank 8 divine weapons. One was Huai Muqing's sword, and the other was Feng Qing's halberd. As for Mu Daoyu, he had been directly shattered, leaving nothing behind. Unfortunately, Feng Qing's divine weapon armor was also shattered by the saber strike. It was unknown if it was completely destroyed or if it was absorbed into the Sanjiao Gate by Feng Qing. In any case, it was gone. Of the 106 divine weapons, Old Wang and Tai Tu each had 14 divine weapons, while Yao Qingjun had 16. The rest belonged to Fang Ping. As for Jiang Hao's contribution in the later stages, Fang Ping did not ask for the spoils of war. That means I have 2 8th grade divine weapons and 67th grade divine weapons. Only now did Fang Ping realize how much he had gained. The god weapon was only one of them. Other than Lao Wang and the other 2, he still had 9 other accessories of different sizes. He had also collected quite a lot of rank 8 and rank 9 inner armor, along with some life essence, energy stones, and other miscellaneous items. Fang Ping did a rough calculation. Excluding Old Wang and the others, his harvest this time was definitely more than 1 trillion. Before he came in, he already had more than 500 billion wealth points. In total, it was more than 5 trillion. However, he spent it quickly. He kept self-detonating and recovering his mentality, as well as the destructive force that consumed more resources in the later stages. The consumption was huge. Other than that, he had also used up all his life essence. I originally had more than 10 caddies of life essence, but I've spent all of it. It's a huge loss. Fang Ping calculated for a while and felt that it was quite worth it. Without life essence, he might not have been able to forge a golden body. Resources were meant to be spent. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at his data again, his face full of smiles. Wealth, 128 million points vitality, 10,000 calories, 10,000 calories plus mentality, 35 hertz, 1,525 hertz plus destructive force. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute plus, or a simulation. 10 points/minute plus. Interesting, no more conversion. Also, vitality and mentality can be forcefully increased again. Fong Ping looked at it for a while, feeling that it was very interesting, especially that the word conversion disappeared, not because of the system upgrade. If that's the case, I can actually condense celestiality on my own now, without the need for conversion? Fong Ping had a judgment. It should be like this. Unfortunately, his mentality was heavily damaged now, so he could not test it. Otherwise, he could try it. It should be possible, otherwise, the system would not have cancelled it. As expected, celestiality has never appeared in the attribute pain. It's actually a kind of transitional power. Fong Ping looked for a while and began to search around. Ruins. Now he needed the ruins and needed to find cultivation methods, although the possibility was not very high. The rank 6 territory had been explored by people for so many years. If there really were cultivation methods, it was impossible that everyone had found nothing. This was a battlefield back then. Those who brought cultivation methods to the battlefield were idiots. Among Fong Ping and the others, who would bring cultivation methods to the battlefield. If that was not idiotic, then what was? However, Fong Ping still hoped to find some clues. These human martial artists who died here, where did they come from? Did they really come from the bounded domain? If they did, then the bounded domain was their lair. They would not bring their cultivation methods with them, but their lair would not have no cultivation methods. Without enemies, Fong Ping focused on searching for the ruins. His speed was also extremely fast, and very soon he found a ruin. Unfortunately, after Fong Ping forcefully attacked for a while, the ruins did not let him enter. This made Fong Ping very dissatisfied. Of course, Fong Ping had a way to be dissatisfied. He changed his aura a little. These fellows who had died for God knows how many years. How could they be his opponent? In the end, when he went in, Fong Ping was greatly disappointed. It was a skeleton that shone with golden light. There was no materialization like what Old Yao said, and there was no power inheritance. This skeleton should have the strength of a rank 9 when it was alive. Unfortunately, many years had passed now, and the origin had long dissipated, leaving only the skeleton. This kind of skeleton was not worth much. At most it was similar to Tai Mu's skeleton back then. However, it was not that he really did not gain anything. The other party actually left a divine weapon. He did not keep it in the Sanjiao Gate beforehand. It must have been specially left for future generations. A divine weapon that was already extremely dim. No, it was not a divine weapon. Fong Ping judged it should be the kind of weapon that the catacombs martial artists used to use. It did not have the activity of a divine weapon, but the material was comparable to the strength of a rank 8 divine weapon, even slightly better than the material of a rank 8 divine weapon. Pauper. Fong Ping kept the weapon, cursing. He also collected the dead fellow's corpse at the same time. No matter what, it was still a rank 9 powerhouse's skeleton. It was still valuable. After Fong Ping discovered the first ruin, it was more difficult to find the second one. The terrain of this broken place was constantly changing. Sometimes, Fong Ping could even encounter areas that he had explored before, which made him feel very helpless. However, after spending most of the day, Fong Ping flew thousands of miles in the air and still found another ruin. This time, it was a human's ruin. The second ruin let Fong Ping enter automatically. This time, Fong Ping was not as barbaric as before. This time, in the damaged temple, there was also a golden skeleton. Fong Ping bowed slightly to show his respect. This was the skeleton of a human powerhouse. Whether it was good or bad in the past, or the reason for the battle, it was still a martial artist of the previous generation. Perhaps, back then, it was an ancient cultivation method that everyone knew and did not treat as a treasure. This person did not leave behind a cultivation method either. Not even a weapon. Nothing was left behind. Fong Ping was initially a little disappointed, but very soon, Fong Ping realized that he was wrong. He found a treasure. This human ancestor really left behind a treasure, and it was a very unexpected treasure. It was a jade pendant held in the dead man's hand. Fong Ping initially thought it was an accessory that he always wore, but in the next moment, Fong Ping's expression changed. Storage ring. No, storage jade pendant. When Fong Ping's mentality detected that the jade pendant carried a small space, Fong Ping was shocked. This is a storage equipment. Human martial artists really have this, and they had it a long time ago. Back then, there should have been a lot of storage equipment, right? Fong Ping did not know. He did not seem to have heard of anyone finding storage equipment here. Maybe he was really lucky, or maybe others found it, but did not mention it. After all, to martial artists, this thing was a priceless treasure. The storage space of the jade pendant was not big, only about 1 cubic meter. To Fong Ping, it was really very, very small. However, if he brought this thing outside, rank 9s would probably fight for it. Good stuff. I didn't expect. With the storage jade pendant, it would not be completely empty. Fong Ping found energy stones inside and some bottles and jars of pills. As for what the pills were used for, he did not know. Most likely, they were used to restore strength. However, he did not know how long these things had been here, and he did not know if they could still be used. Besides these, there was one last thing that made Fong Ping's pupils shrink slightly. A token. A simple and heavy token. Fong Ping hurriedly manipulated his mentality and took out the token. He found a problem. This storage jade pendant seemed to only be used by martial artists who could expel mentality. Of course, this had nothing to do with him. Martial artists could use it when they achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Fong Ping did not care about this. He took out the token and studied it for a moment. The token was very heavy. The material was a little like the material of the mentality prohibition accessory. Fong Ping sensed it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed made of that material. The ancients were so rich. They actually used this to make a token. No, maybe this thing was not valuable at all back then. That broken stone was this. This should really be related to the bounded domain. Fong Ping studied it for a moment. There was very little content on the token. There were some cloud-shaped decorations printed on the sides. 2 ancient characters were carved on both sides of the token. Since the last time in the bounded domain, Fong Ping was illiterate for a while. Later on, he also learned to analyze some ancient characters by himself. This side should be yang. On one side of the token, Fong Ping judged that it should be the word yang. He did not know if it was the name of the dead rank, 9 or something else. On the other side, Fong Ping studied it for a long time. He could roughly confirm that it was the word Lu. Lu Yang? Is this senior's name? Fong Ping was not too sure. There was too little information left on one token. However, there were humans who had obtained tokens before. Maybe he could find out something when he went back and asked. Didn't Zhang Peng say that it was very difficult to obtain? I've only entered the second ruins, and I've already obtained it. This is too easy. Fong Ping was very gloomy. Zhang Peng had exaggerated. Little did he know that it would have been impossible for him to explore the ruins everywhere with such fanfare in the past. Entering 2 ruins was more like a dream for human rank 6 martial artists. Most martial artists would be lucky if they could find 1 ruin. Moreover, they would not encounter it in the first time. Many people could not encounter it at all the first time. They only came to familiarize themselves with the environment. Second time, third time. During this period, many martial artists would stay here for 1 or 2 years. There were those who stayed for 3 years and above. Many of the old people who stayed here before had stayed for more than 3 years. Not many humans stayed here for 3 years. This was because at that time, martial artists who were so unlucky that they had not broken through would not dare to enter alone. The point is, these things can't help me break through quickly, can they? Fong Ping was actually not interested in breaking through. He wanted to break through now. If he went into closed-door cultivation for 8 to 10 days, the door of life would probably close. Even if he did not use it, if he brought some good stuff back, he might be able to help others achieve rank 7 quickly. I wonder if the pills in the storage space can help people break through. Maybe the pills of ancient martial artists are good stuff? Fong Ping glanced at them. There were about 10 bottles and jars. He did not know how ancient martial artists refined pills and what the materials were. He could only try using them after he went back and tested them. After collecting the remains of this senior who might have been called Lu Yang, Fong Ping began to search for the ruins. The feeling of not having enemies was great. Along the way, Fong Ping encountered a crazy early-stage rank 7 monster beast. As a result, Fong Ping punched it to pieces with his bare hands. In the end, it was hammered to death by Fong Ping. This time, Fong Ping was even more pleased. If he did not consider the troubles outside, he had gained a lot this time. Although he did not break through rank 7, it was not a big deal. A large number of divine weapons, a large number of other gains, as well as a storage jade pendant and a token. These things might even make the Paragon jealous. Searching for the ruins was not that easy. Many of the ruins had been explored long ago. The rank 6 region had been explored for many years. The people who came in were also the most. There were not as many good things here as before. If he really wanted to find good things, he should actually go to the rank 9 region. There were the least people there. It was the closest to the core area of the Great War. There were also some huge, well-preserved palaces. However, thinking of the troubles outside and the martial artists from other regions, Fong Ping finally gave up the idea of crossing regions. Next time. I hope I have the chance to come next time. Fong Ping felt a little regretful. If he could not get rid of the blame this time, there would not be a next time. However, if he did get rid of it, he could come here again in the future. However, it was not that Fong Ping did not gain anything. After spending a day, Fong Ping found the 3rd ruin. Here, Fong Ping also discovered something different. This senior had left behind a few words on the wall before he died. However, Fong Ping did not really recognize many of the words. After erasing the writing, Fong Ping memorized these words. He was ready to go back and check to see what they meant. Other than the words left behind, Fong Ping also found something different about the remains of the 2nd human senior. Vitality was soaring. Even though he had been dead for many years, the other party's flesh was still extremely strong. There was also a large amount of vitality left. People in the past probably used this vitality to seal the Sanjiao Gate. Fong Ping sensed for a while. This was probably the sourceless vitality that Yao Qingjun mentioned. When he got closer to the corpse, that powerful vitality kept attacking his gate of life. Fong Ping could almost feel his gate of life closing quickly. The opportunities left behind by these seniors might not have been left behind specifically for rank 6 martial artists. It could only be said that, by coincidence, their remaining energy could help rank 6 martial artists to speed up their cultivation. Maybe they had no intention of leaving any opportunities at all back then. In a great war, there are no opportunities to speak of. I'm afraid that these seniors were only hoping that someone from the future would be able to bring their remains back. Where did you guys come from? Are you really martial artists from the land of boundaries? Then why did you join this war? Are your opponents the catacombs 2 kings? The token is the land of boundaries pass. Did you guys come from different land of boundaries? The periphery of the king battlefield is where rank 9 fights. What about the depths? Absolute peak? Or above the absolute peak? Fong Ping looked into the distance. In front of him was the boundary wall. Opposite him was the rank 7 region. He wanted to see through everything. What was this place? Who was fighting against whom? The fog is thick, but I can already feel some things. Some things from the ancient martial era are also being revealed to me. The absolute peak should know more things. Sooner or later I will know too. Are the catacombs two kings really in deep sleep here? Or they have fallen long ago, and the inner area is just their mausoleum? This is just a battlefield, or the two kings' old lair, and the humans' old lair should be the land of boundaries. The land of boundaries surrounds the restricted area. Is it a protection or a blockade? At this moment, Fong Ping recalled the conversation he had with Iron Head in the land of boundaries. The 108 realms might not be a protection of the celestial court. He was just talking nonsense. Fong Ping was a little suspicious. Did these 108 realms exist to seal off the restricted area? They surrounded the restricted area, trapping the restricted area martial artists in it. Imperial Sea Mountain. Was it really built by the catacombs' martial artists? At this moment, Fong Ping once again had a horrifying thought. Imperial Sea Mountain was said to protect the restricted area from being eroded by the Forbidden Sea. But was that really the case? Could it be like now the humans' absolute peak guarding was actually to surround the restricted area? The Grand Canyon of Imperial Sea Mountain doesn't seem to be far from the land of boundaries. Maybe the martial artists of the land of boundaries are guarding the Grand Canyon, not letting the people in the restricted area out. The restricted area that covers an area of more than 6 billion square kilometers. Could it be just a cage? Fong Ping was scared by his own thoughts. Imperial Sea Mountain was not a fortification at all. It was a wall that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, imprisoning everything in the restricted area inside. It can't be? Fong Ping was scared by his own horrifying thought. Who would use a place that was 10 times the surface area of the earth as a cage? Who was imprisoned in the cage? Catacombs martial artists? Extremely powerful catacombs martial artists? Human powerhouses were building the land of boundaries on the periphery. These people were prison guards. I can't think about it anymore. I'm going crazy if I think about it anymore. Fong Ping dared not think about it anymore, and he did not want to think about it anymore. The land of kings, battleground. Could it be a battle between the jailbreakers and the guardians? Why did it sound so ridiculous? Even if it was a jailbreak, the battlefield should be outside, right? Could it be that before they could escape, they were discovered by the prison guards, and they came here to encircle these jailbreakers? I'm not thinking about it anymore. I'm not thinking about it anymore. Why do I care about these things? I don't care about them. They've been dead for God knows how many years anyway. Fong Ping kept the remains of the second human powerhouse. He was prepared to bring it back and let the others try and see if they could seal the Sanjiao Gate quickly. As for him, Fong Ping decided not to break through here. If he broke through when he reached rank 7 or 8, would it not prove that he had the ability to kill people? Moreover, if he broke through here, would he break through in front of the crazy monsters? If he could go back, naturally he would go to his favorite place to break through and enjoy the cheers of the crowd. Just look at old Yao. He knew that even if he broke through in this godforsaken place, no one would care about him. It's time to go out. Otherwise, I don't know how that woman, Ji Yao, will accuse me. I have to think about how to refute her, how to prove that she and Feng Mieshang collaborated to do such a shocking thing. Ji Yao, you're so cruel. In order to control the Monster Plants dynasty, you actually killed so many of their geniuses, just so that Feng Mieshang would have no competitors and take over. She's too cruel. Women are indeed a group of people who are the best at acting. Fong Ping convinced himself that all of this was controlled by that woman. What a great show! Let the humans and the Monster Plants dynasty wage war, then take the opportunity to invade the Monster Plants dynasty, unifying the restricted area. This woman wanted to become the queen of the restricted area. As Fong Ping thought about it, he really convinced himself. What great ambition! Fong Ping looked furious. This woman had deceived everyone, the whole world. But she could not hide it from Fong Ping. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 593. Outside the King Battlefield. A peerless powerhouse, stood proudly in the void. A group of rank 9 martial artists blocked the entrance. At the front of the crowd, Ji Yao and a silver-armored expert stood together. On the other side, Feng Jiuqing's face was ashen as he said with some irritation, "They still haven't come out? What happened to Feng Qing and the rest?" Ever since 2 days ago, when Ji Yao's group came out and said that Feng Qing and the others were in the final battle with a revived martial artist, he had yet to see Feng Qing and the others. According to the time, they could not stay in the King grade battlefield for too long. Feng Qing and the others should be coming out soon. Even if he didn't go through the rank 6 region, he should go through the rank 7 region. But even now, no one had come out. How were Feng Qing and the others? What about those resurrected martial artists? Also, Jiao talked about Fang Ping one moment and Jiang Chao the next. Feng Jiuqing was so angry he was about to vomit blood. Was it Fang Ping or Jiang Chao? Who was Fang Ping? No one from the Heavenly Plant's royal court had come out alive. The few who had come out had all been sent in later. She had mentioned Jiang Chao earlier, but now she was talking about Fang Ping. This surprised and angered Feng Jiuqing. These idiots, don't they know who killed them? Right at this moment, the world wall at the entrance rippled. Soon, a few figures appeared. As soon as Yao Chengjun appeared, Jiao said coldly, "That person participated in the final battle. I had already left at that time. He was with Fang Ping." Yao Chengjun was not dead. He wasn't dead. That meant too many things. Did Feng Qing and the others die? When Fang Ping and the others were fighting, she brought her people away. The only thing she sensed was Fang Ping's slash. As for the result, she did not know. But now Yao Chengjun had come out, which meant that Feng Qing and the others might be the ones to die. This time, Ji Yao's heart trembled. A warlord martial artist had killed 2 advanced commanders? Was that even possible? Before this, she really did not know if it would be Feng Qing's group or Fang Ping's group coming out. Now there was a result. The moment Ji Yao finished speaking, Feng Jiuqing was enraged and reached out to grab Yao Chengjun. "Minister!" Yao Chengjun roared, and the palm that Feng Jiuqing had just extended exploded. Humph! In the distance, Zhang Tao stood proudly with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "How audacious! Du Kuai, this is the first time. If your people dare to make a move again, then don't blame me for starting a massacre." With the paragon present, how could a rank 9 have the right to make a move? Even if Feng Jiuqing was not considered weak among the level 9s, and even had the first-generation bloodline of a peerless expert, it was still not enough. Up in the air, King Huai glanced at Feng Jiuqing. At this moment, Feng Jiuqing's arm had exploded and was unable to recover. He could only remain in his severed state. King Huai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Jiuqing, don't be impatient." Were all the descendants of the Maple King this arrogant? In the land of rebirth, King Wu and King Wu were present. Yet Feng Jiuqing still dared to make a move. Did he really think that King Maple could protect him? Even if Feng Jiuqing's father was here, and King Feng himself was here, he might not dare to make a move in front of King Wu and King Wu. At this moment, Yao Chengjun immediately said, "Minister, they want to silence us." Everyone was slightly taken aback when they heard that. At this moment, Tai Tu, who had followed them out, looked furious and resentful. He glared at Ji Yao, then at Feng Jiuqing, and said sternly, "We didn't die. We came out alive. You guys didn't expect this, did you? Minister, hurry up and save Jiang Chao and Fang Ping." The words of the few of them caused everyone to be shocked. What did they mean? Ji Yao felt a little uneasy. She said coldly, "What are you guys trying to say?" She did not expect that these guys were not dead. Of course, the reason why they did not die in the hands of Feng Qing and the rest was no other reason. As for why they were glaring at her so angrily, Ji Yao thought that these guys were crazy. "Feng Qing hunting you guys down has nothing to do with me. Yao Qingjun ignored Jiao. Leading a few people, he walked cautiously to Zhang Tao's side. With a desolate expression, he said, "Quickly, Minister, Zhang Chao and Fang Ping are still being hunted down. Feng Yexing is leading a group of people to hunt them down. I don't know if they're in trouble now. Minister, please go and save them." As soon as he said that, a figure appeared beside Zhang Tao. The muscular warlord shouted, "You're saying that they're still hunting that kid of mine?" Yao Chengjun had already guessed his identity. He said immediately, "Feng Yexing has been hunting us all the way. Zhang Chao and the rest had no choice but to split up with us so that they wouldn't be a burden to us." Warlord's eyes turned cold. He swept his gaze around, snorted coldly, and did not ask any more questions. Zhang Tao frowned slightly too. He said slowly, "You said that they were going to silence them. Minister, I'm not too sure about the specifics. Only Zhang Chao and Fang Ping know about this. Both of them worked together previously. However, we've been being hunted since the beginning of the war between kings." Yao Qingjuan's unclear explanation made many people frown. At that moment, the passageway surged again. The next moment, two figures appeared. As soon as they appeared, a plump man sprawled on the ground and wailed, "I made it out alive. I'm not dead. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. Ji Yao, Feng Yesheng, you're dead meat. Patriarch, Patriarch, where are you? Come and save me." Pfft. As he wailed, the fatty vomited blood nonstop. His injuries were severe, and he was on the verge of death. Warlord's expression changed slightly when he saw that. He waved his hand, and the fatty came to his side. Warlord pressed his palm on him. A moment later, the fatty's body glowed with a golden glow and his injuries were mostly healed. When the fatty saw Warlord, he suddenly hugged his thigh and wailed miserably, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Patriarch, you're here! You're here to save me. Those bastards, kill them all. Patriarch, they want to kill me. They want to kill me." Sob, sob, sob. Warlord was frustrated and embarrassed at the same time. F***CK, aren't you infamous in the war between kings? Why are you crying like this? Isn't it embarrassing? Do I not want my reputation? The warlord wanted to slap the fatty to death. After holding it in for a moment, he saw that the fellow was still crying. Warlord's gaze was unfriendly as he shouted softly, "Shut up! What's going on?" He had been confused for the past few days. Previously, he had heard that his little fatty was killing people like flies. Although he found it troublesome, he still felt pretty good about it. Later, when the people from the Monster Life Royal Court came out, they said that Fang Ping was the one who killed them. It made him a little confused about the situation, now that he saw his infamous descendant crying like a fool. The War King felt a headache coming on. Was there really a mistake? Could this fatty kill the Monster Plant clan and make them flee in fear? At this time not far away, King Huai frowned slightly and said, "Warlord, this is—" The warlord snorted and ignored him. Zhang Tao said lightly, "This is the warlord's descendant, Zhang Chao." Zhang Chao. Everyone fell silent. In the air, the other paragons also fell into complete silence. The next moment, everyone looked at Feng Juqing. F***CK, are you kidding me? This guy killed the Monster Life Royal Court and even a bunch of commanders-in-chief? Are you bullying us because we can't get in and we don't know anything? At this time in the air, a paragon shouted coldly, "This person is Zhang Chao." At this time, the dynasty disciples who came out earlier had not left. Someone glanced at Fatty and said softly after a while, "That we're not too sure either, bastard." A paragon was furious. "You don't know either? What do you mean?" Another paragon shouted, "Didn't you say you were killed by Zhang Chao? Why don't you know?" The person who killed us was wearing a helmet. His face was damaged. Bastard! As generals, how can you not tell the truth from the lies? Look again." Everyone looked at Fatty. Fatty was furious. His tears had not dried yet as he continued to hug the warlord's thigh and scolded. Look at your grandpa, I don't even know you. Who the F***ck killed you? Stop talking nonsense with me. Do you think I have no backing? Old ancestor, these bastards! He was still scolding when Fong Ping, who had also come out, said, Jiang Chao, I'm afraid they were also deceived. Don't make enemies for us. Only then did Jiang Chao shut his mouth, still mumbling, I'm just angry. As he said that, he sobbed again and said angrily, Old ancestor, you must help me this time, especially this witch. You must kill her. Shut up. The warlord could not stand it any more and scolded. Beside him, Zhang Tao's eyes moved slightly. He looked at Fong Ping and said softly, Fong Ping, what happened? Tell me clearly. Someone said, Jiang Chao. Then it was you. In the imperial battleground, you slaughtered everyone for no reason. That's him. He's Jiang Chao and also Fong Ping. While Ji Yao was talking, Fatty interrupted and scolded. F***ck, I'm Jiang Chao. Don't you know me? Pretending to be like this. Trying to deceive people. B****, you're finished this time. Ji Yao was so angry that her face turned white. At this time, Fong Ping said hurriedly, Minister, this matter is very complicated. Jiang Chao and I accidentally found out a top secret. Ever since we entered the imperial battleground, we've been hunted. As for the slaughter you mentioned, Fong Ping said bitterly, it's already a blessing that we were able to escape. It was only because they kept on killing each other that we had the chance to escape. As soon as he said that, a few more paragons descended from the sky. Someone looked at Fong Ping, then at Jiang Chao. Suddenly he said, Madonna, come out. At this time, a young man walked out from the crowd. The old man looked at the young man and said, Were they the ones who attacked the Modo dynasty that day? Madonna looked at Fong Ping, then at Fatty. After a while, he looked at Fong Ping again, frowning slightly. He said, Their figures are a little similar, the old man shouted. Martial artists forge their bones. What can you see from their figures? Is it vitality force? As soon as he said that, Ji Yao suddenly thought of something. She said immediately, They can change their aura. Fong Ping looked at her blankly. Then he sneered and said, Vixen, how dare you make up such a lie? Do you really think that we're all fools? This time, I'll expose your true colors. Having said that, Fong Ping said hurriedly, Minister, you must be careful. She might kill you to silence you. If the Monster Life Dynasty's paragons attack us, Zhang Tao said coldly. Then let's see if they can kill someone in front of me. Beside him, Warlord also said angrily, Do you really think we don't dare to fight? If you make me angry, then let's try it. Both paragons looked furious. They stared at one person in the sky. That was the Monster Life Dynasty's paragon's powerhouse. On the other side, Feng Jiuqing did not manage to recover his broken arm. At this moment, his face was also full of anger. He said coldly, They can indeed change their aura. Everyone looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping looked angry. He gritted his teeth and said, If you want to blame someone, you can always find a pretext. Besides, don't even think about running. As he said that, Fong Ping looked at the young man from the Modo dynasty. Suddenly, his vitality skyrocketed. He asked, Have we really met before? Madonna looked at him. He felt a headache coming on. After a while, he shook his head and said, I don't think so. The figure was a little familiar, but the aura was really not. As for what they said about changing their aura, well, who would believe it if they had not seen it with their own eyes? The only ones who had really seen it were Ji Yao's group and Feng Yexing's group. Now, Feng Yexing's group was all dead. Of course, Feng Yexing was not dead yet. However, this fellow had not come out yet. As soon as Madonna's voice fell, everyone fell silent. At this moment, Fong Ping was afraid that a long delay would bring trouble. Seeing that Ji Yao still wanted to speak, he said immediately, Minister, give me a chance to speak. Having said that, Fong Ping hurriedly looked at the other paragons and said anxiously, Although we humans and the Monster Plant Dynasty are enemies, today doesn't just concern you guys. It also concerns the survival of the land of rebirth. Powerhouses, listen to me. Speak. Minister, after we entered the king's battlefield that day, Jiang Chao and I used the Paragon's excrement given by Senior Warlord to hide in a group of monsters. It was also because of this that we found out a top secret. That day, while we were still hiding, someone came close to this place and discussed something important in secret. It was none other than Ji Yao and Feng Yexing. The two of them were discussing nothing else but to kill all the prodigy martial artists of this generation in the Monster Plant Dynasty. Ji Yao said that the Monster Plant Dynasty would support Feng Yexing to become the king's king. The two of them would marry and control the two kings. Not only that, Jiao also said that she wanted to kill Feng Qing and the rest. Feng Qing is the most promising youth powerhouse of this generation in the Feng royal family. He has a chance to become the king's king. Be asterisk starred, how dare you frame me? Ji Yao was enraged, shouting suddenly. At this moment, Zhang Tao waved his hand, restraining her directly. He said lightly, whether it's right or wrong, there will be a public opinion. Let Fang Ping finish speaking first. Everyone, just listen. You have your own judgment. At this moment, the Monster Plant Dynasty Paragon in the air had also landed on the ground. He wanted to speak, but did not say anything in the end. Seeing that, Fang Ping said quickly, the two of them discussed to put on a show. Ji Yao said that she would go after Feng Yexing and the rest, pretending to be enemies. She even secretly sent people to kill a group of people, luring Feng Qing and the rest into the rank 6 region. At that time we heard this. Fatty accidentally exposed his aura and was discovered by the two of them. Then they started chasing us all the way. What happened after that we also heard a little. They pretended to be us to kill people. However, they probably weren't too clear about our identities before. They might have made a mistake. After chasing us for a while, our identities were exposed, and that's what Jiao said. Minister, this woman is very ambitious. She didn't just want to kill Feng Qing and the rest. She didn't just want to kill prodigies below 30 years old. She had other plans. She wanted to kill all the heirs to the Monster Plant Dynasty's throne. In the end, Feng Yexing is still alive. He will be the only heir. She also wanted to frame us and lure us into a decisive battle with the Monster Plant Dynasty. Once a large number of paragons fall, she can bring people to invade and control the Monster Plant Dynasty, unify the restricted area, and even invade the human world. Minister, after we found out about this, we were constantly being chased and saw many things. Feng Qing was already killed. Many people from the rank 7 region came from the Monster Plant Dynasty. After killing Feng Qing and the rest, Feng Yexing brought the rest of the Monster Plant Dynasty to chase us everywhere. Unfortunately, they misjudged our strength and underestimated our ability to escape. Fatty and I hid in a historical site. My strength had a breakthrough, and I finally got rid of them. Fang Ping had said everything in one breath. He did not even pant. Beside him, Ji Yao's eyes were about to pop out of her head. Nonsense. All of it was nonsense. How could it be possible? She and Feng Yexing teamed up? She was a rank 6 martial artist. Why would she want to unify the restricted area? Did she think that everyone else was stupid and would believe her? Fang Ping, shameless villain. Ji Yao was about to explode. At this time, the paragons of the Monster Plant Dynasty waved their hands and released Ji Yao's restraints. They said coldly, King Wu, your people's killing has nothing to do with the Heaven Fate Royal Court. Ji Yao, tell me what happened. Ji Yao had been holding it in for a long time. After hearing the words, she immediately repeated everything from beginning to end. 2 completely different versions of the story. There was more than one person from the Monster Plant Dynasty who was still alive. The others also stared at Fang Ping with righteous indignation. As for Fang Ping, he was even more indignant. He scolded angrily, Nonsense! You want us to fight the Monster Plant clan? Dream on. Even if we die, it doesn't matter. Minister, even if we can't prove that this which is lying, even if you kill us this time, don't let their plot succeed. You said that we killed those people, and there are still many people alive here. If it was us, we even have the ability to kill Fengqing. Why would we purposely leave people alive for them to identify us? We humans have always been on the defensive. Even if we really wanted to kill, we wouldn't purposely kill the people from the dynasties and sects. Before coming, the minister repeatedly reminded us that we can kill the Monster Plant clan, and that the others should avoid them as much as possible and not clash with them. Our strength is inferior to yours. Why would we do something that would cause public anger? You said that we killed them. Fong Ping looked around and shouted, "Are you sure that we killed them?" As for the so-called aura change, Fong Ping's face was full of mockery. He sneered, "You can even make up such a lie. Ji Yao, you underestimate everyone." Not many people knew that he could change his aura. Many people knew about the 2 royal courts of Monster Plant and Monster Life. As for the others, they had never seen it with their own eyes. The people from the Monster Plant clan were all dead now. The people from the Monster Life clan were all Ji Yao's accomplices. Behind the crowd, another phoenix-like monster seemed to be moving. Fong Ping said immediately, "Oh right, the royal court guardian seemed to be involved in this matter too. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I realized later on that the royal court guardian and the Monster Life clan seemed to be together. Killing the people from the Monster Plant clan, the royal court guardian also participated. Insolence." At this moment, in the void, a giant monster plant appeared. On the trunk, a human face appeared, staring coldly at Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not utter a word, but his face was full of grief and indignation. He wore an expression that said everything he said was the truth. At this moment, Feng Juqing suddenly asked, "Fengqing is dead." "Dead? What about extermination?" Fong Ping shook his head. "I don't know. He should still be chasing us inside. There were people guarding the entrance, but when we fought with Fengqing and the others, they were probably not strong enough. The people at the entrance left, and we were lucky to escape. Extermination isn't dead yet." Fong Ping shook his head. "I really don't know. We were on the run at that time, but we didn't see Feng extermination die. Moreover, I don't think he's dead. If he's dead, how can this witch's scheme succeed?" Ji Yao's face was livid. She said coldly, "Fong Ping, do you think you can clear your name with just this?" Fong Ping humphed. "What crime did I commit? I killed some people from the Monster Plant clan and the Monster Life clan. This is not a crime, but a contribution. You guys were chasing me, and I killed some people instead. What crime did I commit? As for the Monster Plant clan, they have been fighting for many years. Even here, I dare to say that I killed some of their people. I'm only a contribution and not guilty. Ji Yao, do you think I won't admit it? What a joke. I did kill people and I won't deny it. I killed them and I will admit it. If you guys were not trying to invade my human world, I wouldn't even expose you and acquiesce to all of this. But your mistake is that you wanted to provoke us into a decisive battle with the Monster Plant clan. Even if I die, I will bring back this information. I will expose your true colors. You don't have the ability to do all this, but you are the daughter of the Monster Life clan's lord." Ji Yao was unable to restrain her anger and exploded. "Nonsense! Everything you've said is a lie. I have nothing to do with Feng Yeshing. Everyone has seen everything you've done over the past few days." Fong Ping said mockingly, "They are all your people. You can say whatever you want. The people from the Monster Plant clan. How many of them are still alive? Those who know the truth are all dead." Beside him, Jiang Chao interrupted. "Fong Ping, this witch will never admit it. Why are you still trying to reason with her? Old ancestor, kill her. This woman is not a good person. She intends to start a war between us and the Monster Plant clan. She is too cruel." Warlord looked at his fatty and suddenly chuckled. "Interesting. Does the Life King also want to interfere at this time? As soon as he said that, the top powerhouse beside Ji Yao said coldly, "The Life King has already gone into closed-door cultivation. The Sky Fate Royal Court has no such intention." As he said that, the top powerhouse suddenly said, "Whether it is true or false, there is a way to determine." All the dynasty's disciples said that the divine weapons were lost. The Sky Plants Royal Court too. According to the Sky Plants clan, Fong Ping or Jiang Chao had storage equipment and took these away. If it was really done by them, we will know once we investigate. As soon as he said that, a powerhouse said coldly, "Then we will investigate." So many divine weapons were lost. They can't possibly be discarded, right? Divine weapons were good stuff. It was good for all parties. After losing so many divine weapons, they would not disappear just like that. Of course, it was possible to hide them in the king's battleground. However, the terrain of the king's battleground was constantly changing. Unless they did not want it anymore, they would not hide it there. Moreover, if there was storage equipment, these people would not simply leave it in the king's battleground. It was a treasure. It was fine if they did not investigate normally. However, if they did, everyone's hidden storage equipment would not be able to hide from the top powerhouse's investigation. As soon as he said that, Zhang Tao's gaze shifted slightly. This was a little troublesome. This kid Fong Ping. How could he not take something good when he saw it? As he thought about it, Fong Ping suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I will investigate for you. I am not afraid of being investigated. Some people might not dare to." As he said that, Fong Ping suddenly spat out a jade pendant from his mouth. With a vigilant look, he said, "After this, I will return my storage jade pendant to the minister. Don't look at me. I will not bring this out next time." Treasuring a jade pendant was a crime. Fong Ping knew that storage equipment was very precious. He had to inform them in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao said lightly, "This time, I am only borrowing it from you. It is not a gift to you. I have asked you to treasure it carefully. I did not ask you to show it to others casually. You have some guts." Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. "I am just looking for an excuse." "What do you mean, you old schemer?" Zhang Tao did not care about him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade pendant. After checking it, he threw the jade pendant into the air directly and said, "Everyone, just take a look." The top powerhouses did not stand on ceremony. One by one, they probed it with their mentality. In the jade pendant, there were some energy stones, a small amount of life essence, and a rank 7 divine weapon saber. Just these alone had filled the jade pendant to the brim. Everyone frowned slightly. The Monster Life Royal Court's top powerhouse said again, "I heard that Fong Ping's indestructible god materialized and can open the Sanjiao Gate." Fong Ping nodded. "I materialized it, but it has long been defeated by others. My mentality is severely injured. The divine weapon that enters the Sanjiao Gate cannot hide the divine weapon indefinitely. If it is not refined by myself, it will not work at all. I understand this. The powerhouses know it better than I do. I have already refined 2 divine weapons, a Chongdao and the combat boots on my feet. It is impossible for me to refine another divine weapon." Everyone probed it. Fong Ping had indeed refined 2 divine weapons. If he wanted to refine more, he could at most refine 1. However, the number of divine weapons that he had lost was not limited to this. Very quickly, someone asked again, "Are there any other storage equipment?" Fong Ping shook his head. "No, this jade pendant was given to me by the minister. You can check it. This thing is nothing more than hiding in flesh. Moreover, the storage jade pendant cannot be refined. It is not a divine weapon either. It cannot even be hidden in the Sanjiao Gate." This was also a new situation that Fong Ping discovered. The storage jade pendant could not be hidden in the Sanjiao Gate at all. Therefore, he now suspected whether Old Yao and the rest had hidden their storage rings in the Life Gate. Of course, the level might be different, and the results would be different. The jade pendant that he obtained might be of too low a level. As soon as he said that, these top powerhouses did not hold back and probed his body directly. Fang Ping was slightly worried. He had forged a golden body. He did not know if he would be discovered. The reason why he thought so was that before he came out, Fang Ping had made up his mind. He tore his golden body apart directly and used a bit of imperishable substance to restore his flesh instead of returning to the golden body state. He did not know if he could hide it from these top powerhouses like this. However, forging a golden body was also very troublesome now. With a golden body, Fang Ping's ability was extremely powerful. This meant that he had the ability to annihilate those people. Right now, with this newly born flesh, he did not know if he could hide it from these top powerhouses. It was not unheard of situations where the golden body was destroyed and could not be restored. When Liamo and the rest in Star Town City first had their golden bodies destroyed, it was difficult to restore them in the later stages. Wu Quishan and the rest had exhausted their imperishable substances, and their flesh was destroyed. It was difficult to restore them too. The golden body and the imperishable substance were closely related. Many of the top powerhouses probed for a while. Someone revealed a strange expression and said lightly, "Imperishable bones. Although it's not pure yet, it's still extremely powerful. He has the strength of a quasi-commander level. No wonder he could escape. He only had the strength of a quasi-commander level. It was just an imperfect set of golden bones. He was not strong enough to be invincible. As for the flesh, these people probed for a while. There were some traces of imperishable substances. Someone looked at Zhang Tao and asked, "Is he one of those people?" Zhang Tao said lightly, "That's right." The person who asked did not ask anymore. They had seen human martial artists who had resurrected. It was not surprising. After another round of probing, they also felt that Fang Ping's mentality was severely damaged. As for the flesh, there were no other storage equipment hidden. At this time, Ji Yao said with a livid expression, "I don't have any storage equipment. I won't accept this kind of inspection." This was simply letting her be observed, naked, by the top powerhouses. From the inside out, even the flesh could be seen through. To her, this was simply a great humiliation. Beside her, Jiang Chao said, "I have no objections. I'm also a descendant of the top powerhouses. If I have no objections, do you still have any objections? Are you more powerful than me? Who do you think you are? Since you dare to do it, then you dare to let others check. You can check me all you want. I have no objections to. My elder ancestor did not give me this toy. You can look all you want. I can even show you naked. But if we check, we also have to check this woman. Maybe it's not on her. I think the people from the Monster Life court have to be checked. Also, many people from the rank 7 region have to be checked too. It's their conspiracy from the beginning, and they still want to deny it." Ji Yao's expression was frighteningly ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, "What's the use of checking these? True kings, divine weapons don't mean anything. If there's really a preparation, hide it in the king's battleground. You check first, and then we'll talk." Fang Ping said bluntly, "I've been checked. Why can't you? Do you think the top powerhouses will still care about the shell of yours? What a joke. Not only you, I think everyone has to be checked. Ji Yao, don't pretend to be innocent. How arrogant and savage you were when you were hunting us down. You still want to be the queen of the local catacombs. Why don't you take a look at yourself? With so many divine weapons, can you really lose them? It's hard to say whether we can come here next time. You guys, on the other hand, have been hiding here all this time. That's because you guys have been hiding for too long." Zhang Tao said coldly, "Since Fang Ping is willing to be checked, we human martial artists are not inferior. Hurry up, or we won't start a war with the Monster Plant clan. Your Monster Life clan wants to plot against us. then we'll destroy you first." Warlord grinned. "I hate people like you the most. If you want to take advantage of us, that depends on whether we agree or not. King Huai, I and King Wu killed them. You won't interfere now, right? After killing them, maybe your monster plant clan can still take advantage of us. I'd rather let you, my mortal enemies, take advantage of us. After all, we've really done it. We've bled a lot. How can we let these dogs take advantage of us?" King Huai did not say a word, but he took a step back. "If you want to kill people, the monster plant clan has no opinion. No opinion at all." The top powerhouse beside Ji Yao's expression changed. Damn, how did it become a war between his side and the land of rebirth out of nowhere? Destiny Royal Court had no such intention. Even if they cooperated with the Sky Plant's Royal Court, their intention was for the Sky Plant's Royal Court to be the vanguard. They would contribute appropriately, but not become the main force. If things really went this far, even if he was a true king, he would be in big trouble when he returned to the royal court. The key was that these two fellows were staring at him like tigers watching their prey. The others looked like they were watching a show. Thinking of this, the top powerhouse suddenly said, "Ji Yao, let them check." Grandpa Tiger King. Ji Yao's face was full of grievance and indignation. "It wasn't me. I didn't. Now they actually want me to open up everything for everyone to check. This is too humiliating." Beside her, Fong Ping glared at her angrily, but in his heart he was despising her. It's just a shell, and she actually cares so much. Look at me. I'm being checked from head to toe. Do I care? Among the top powerhouses there are also women, old monsters. Do I care? But this is good too. You better persist to the end and not let them check no matter what. Only a thief would have a guilty conscience. I don't have a guilty conscience at all. Chapter 594. Ji Yao was very unwilling. She was a victim. First, her arms were chopped off for no reason. Then, she was chased all over the place. In the end, when she came out with the protection of a true king, she still had to be examined. Based on what? She was the granddaughter of the true king, the daughter of the lord of the royal court. Even in the Forbidden Land, apart from those true kings and the lords of the two royal courts, the 9th rank was not as noble as her, not even the children of a true king. But now, she was being asked to inspect it in public. At this moment, Ji Yao exploded. Even though the Tiger King had spoken, Ji Yao was unable to restrain her anger. She refused and said, "Grandpa Tiger King, I refuse." Fong Ping did not say anything, but Jiang Chao, who was beside him, immediately scolded. "Why should I?" Ji Yao coldly snorted, "Just because I didn't do it. If I say it's not me, then it's the truth. I swear in the name of Imperial Ancestor and Imperial Father." As soon as he said that, everyone was slightly moved. He swore in the name of a true monarch and the lord of a great royal court. All right, before everyone could recover from their shock. Jiang Chao cursed. "I swear on my ancestor's name that it was you who did it, and you still want to deny it." Beside him, Fong Ping's expression was also serious. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Tao glanced at him. "If you dare to swear in my name, I will definitely beat you up. Do you really think I'm shameless?" "All right." Fong Ping shut his mouth immediately. "I won't swear anymore." Old Zhang seemed to know everything. This old schemer really knew him well. Ji Yao's rejection put the Tiger King in a difficult position. This wasn't his granddaughter, but the Life King's, the King of Destiny Royal Court. From this, it could be seen what kind of person Fate King was. Even he couldn't force it. After thinking for a moment, Tiger King looked at Ji Yao and said, "Let Demon King Green Bamboo and Sect Master Myriad Flower check it." "Ji Yao, don't be stubborn." Demon Monarch Green Bamboo was a peerless demon plant. Demon plants had no gender. The Myriad Flower Sect leader was a female apex cultivator. Logically speaking, Ji Yao should have agreed at this time, but she gritted her teeth and said, "I don't agree." There was no other reason. He could not agree to it. She had the origin energy that her grandfather had given her to protect her body, but she hadn't used it yet. Once it was investigated by Absolute Peak and he figured out the true monarch source Tao, then it would be a huge problem. This was also the main reason why Jew pinnacle experts would not easily leak their origin energy. It was still fine for them, unless someone else killed them, otherwise it would be very difficult for it to leak. However, it would be troublesome to pass it on to future generations. Just like now, if Zhu Feng were to probe her, not only would Ji Yao be thoroughly probed, even Life King's source Tao would be exposed. As for the matter of Ji Yao possessing the Life King's source power, the Tiger King really didn't know about it. At this point, the Tiger King seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. Don't tell me it's because of this thing? If that's the case, then I can't let anyone check on me. Fang Ping was actually very surprised. He had not thought of this at first, but seeing that Ji Yao would not agree no matter what, Fang Ping suddenly remembered. This time, Fang Ping could not help but laugh hysterically in his heart. Damn, I almost forgot. I really didn't think of this before. But Ji Yao wasn't even willing to be probed by a peerless woman, so how could he not understand? Guilty conscience. Bastard. Why don't we check it? I'll remember you. Everyone will remember you. You're just a rank 6 martial artist, and you still want to overturn everything now. Wishful thinking. Monster Life Clan wants to unify the catacombs and Earth. Dream on. Ji Yao was so angry that she really wanted to vomit blood. It's not that I don't want to check, it's that I really can't check. Unless her grandfather came now and took back the origin energy, then she could do it. But her grandfather was in closed-door cultivation, and the Tiger King was here. The royal court would not send a second true king. Did they really think that a true king was so free? Ji Yao was determined not to agree, so this matter could not continue. They couldn't kill her, could they? Not to mention, there were still many true king powerhouses in Monster Life Royal Court. There was one at the scene. Even if they killed the Tiger King, so what? Could they really start a war with Monster Life Royal Court just for the death of some descendants? This time, some people's expressions changed, and they did not say anything. Maybe it might not be fake. Ji Yao firmly refused to be checked. In fact, some people also thought that there might be a Life King's origin energy. The key was that the Life King's origin energy should be checked even more. The Tao of the origin energy of a top-notch true king might be right in front of them. Maybe they could use this opportunity to walk on a second Tao. These people did not say anything, and no one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, Zhang Tao spoke. He said lightly, "Since you are unwilling, then we will not force you." However, everything that happened in the king battlefield was told by the people of the 2 royal courts, and the others did not know the specifics. Since that is the case, we have an agreement that they will settle the matter themselves. Whether Ji Yao killed them or not, it is within the rules. There's no need to keep investigating. Although these words helped Ji Yao get rid of the trouble of being checked, Ji Yao was really angry at this moment. What did he mean by not killing them? It was not me in the first place. Ji Yao was just about to look at Zhang Tao when Zhang Tao's expression suddenly turned cold, and he scolded, "How dare you? Even a Life King came in person. You have to give me an explanation." I will not pursue the matter further, but I do not want to fall out with your bloodline just because of this. Do you really think that we humans are easy to bully? Warlord also said playfully, "A mere rank 6 dares to be resentful. It is better for the Life King to teach you." Tiger King felt helpless. Ji Yao should not cause him any more trouble. At this time, there was no benefit in provoking the powerhouses of the land of rebirth. 2 top-notch paragons. He was not even a match for one of them, let alone 2 of them, if they really wanted to cause trouble. Of course, the possibility was not high. The land of rebirth also did not dare to make an enemy of the Monster Life clan. However, if they pushed them too far, they would really provoke a great enemy for the royal court. What was the point? Tiger King glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao gritted her teeth, bowed toward Zhang Tao to show her apology, and did not speak any more. She did not speak. Her lips were already bloody from biting. This was too much. Feng Ping, Zhang Chao. She remembered them all. At this time, Zhang Tao spoke again, chuckling. I thought these little guys were really messing around and killing indiscriminately. Turns out there is another reason for everything. If that is the case, does everyone really want to overturn the previous agreement? When he said that, no one spoke. Now, they were not sure if it was the resurrection martial artists who were killing everywhere. Their previous hatred for the enemy was now reduced by 30%. This was the matter of the two royal courts, the matter of the land of rebirth, and the dispute between the three parties. However, they had suffered heavy losses. Were they going to let it go just like that? Just as everyone was feeling uncertain, the passageway shook again. The next moment, Feng Yexing came out. The moment Feng Yexing came out, he shouted immediately, Uncle Wang, Zhang Chao killed Mu Daoyu and the rest. At this point, Feng Yexing suddenly felt immense pressure. Everyone was looking at him. Someone said lightly, he's unharmed. Feng Qing was dead, but Feng Yexing was unharmed. In other words, the people of the Monster Plant clan were all dead. A bunch of rank 7s were dead. Feng Yexing, a rank 6, was unharmed. Not only that, Feng Yexing came from the rank 7 region. Why did he go to the rank 7 region? To incorporate Feng Qing's forces? So impatient. As if to prove everything, the next moment a few more rank 7 martial artists came out from the passageway. It was not a coincidence. They were the people Feng Yexing went to look for. There was no other reason. He was afraid of death. The rank 7 region was very dangerous. Since he had entered the rank 7 region, of course, he had to find his own people to escort him out. As for incorporating them, he had not thought too much about it. When he was running, he saw Mu Daoyu dead. He did not see Feng Qing dead too. Feng Zhouqing glanced at his nephew. His expression did not change. He asked, Feng Qing is dead. I don't know. Feng Yexing really did not know. However, when he saw Feng Ping and the rest, he knew that his second brother was probably dead. I don't know, Feng Zhouqing repeated. I don't know. Aren't you the one in charge of everything in the rank 6 region? You actually don't know. Why did you only come out now? Zhang Chao and the rest were chasing after me. Before he could finish his sentence, a rank 9 powerhouse in the crowd waved his hand and took a bangle from him. He looked at it for a while, kept it in his pocket, and said nothing more. With this person's action, the other rank 9s also did not say a word. They each took some items from Feng Yexing. At this time, King Huai said lightly, Where are Mu Qing's belongings? Zhang Chao, snatch them away. King Huai said nothing more. Bullsh *T. Jiang Chao and Feng Ping had been thoroughly investigated by them. How could they have snatched them away? As for Feng Yexing taking away other people's mentality interruption accessories, it was understandable. When someone died, he took them away and brought them back. It was also logical. However, when everyone died, you did not die. That did not make sense. The words of the resurrected martial artists might not be trustworthy, but they could not be doubted at all. If Heaven's Mandate Royal Court really had a plan to support a new Royal Court Lord after the fall of the Royal Court Lord, it was not impossible. In the past, both sides had actually planted people in each other. The two royal courts had been enemies for many years. How could they really ignore each other? Now, the Heavenly Plant's Royal Court Lord could not hold on for much longer. The origin was disintegrating faster and faster. Initially, he wanted to try to break through to True King Realm and save himself. But now the hope was not high. If he could hold on for a while longer, he might die. When that time came, if Feng Yexing could enter rank 9, then there was hope for him to become the Lord. Or, in other words, now that the other heirs were dead, even if his ability was slightly weaker, with King Feng's support, it was not impossible for him to ascend to the position of the Royal Court Lord. Ji Yao did not want to be investigated, so Feng Yexing lived alone. Everyone was surprised by this result. This also caused everyone to have a few more thoughts. This time, it was probably the most disastrous loss in history. Among those who survived, there were about 60 people from Heaven's Mandate Royal Court and about 40 people who walked out. There were 100 people who survived. Before they entered, there were already close to 400 newbies and about 500 old people. They lost 80%. However, the dynasty and the sect disciples could not explain how these people had died at the moment. Heaven's Mandate Royal Court, however, unanimously believed that it was Feng Ping who killed them. Feng Yexing kept saying that it was Jiang Chao who killed them, but Jiang Chao. The paragons did not want to say anything. If it was really Jiang Chao who killed them, then they could only say that they were really useless. If they died, then so be it. Feng Yexing was still very confused and terrified. Why was everyone looking at him like that? Why was even Uncle Wang's gaze so much colder? Yes, I made a big mistake this time, causing so many people to die, but at this time, shouldn't we all be looking at Feng Ping? The land of rebirth was the royal court's archenemy. Even if they could not kill them this time, they had to create pressure for them, unite the other dynasties and sects to pressure them, or even take this opportunity to join forces. Feng Yexing felt that this was in line with the royal court's interests. But why were these people looking at him like that? At this moment, King Huai chuckled. Yexing, are there any other survivors inside? No, they're all dead. Feng Yexing looked sad and indignant. Just as he was about to glare at Feng Ping, King Huai sighed. They're all dead. They're all dead, Lord King Huai, I know. King Huai stopped talking. They're all dead, all dead. There were so many people. Thinking back to before, when he confidently made a bet with King Wu at Mount Royal Sea, King Huai suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Did he think that he was defeated by his own people? Did Feng Yexing understand how rare an opportunity like this was? Fighting for power, scheming. Why could it not be done at another time? So what if he was the lord of the royal court? Once he took the second path, even 100 lords of the royal court would not be enough. Damn it! Even if King Huai had reached this realm, he could not suppress the anger rising in his heart at this moment. The outer realm was nothing. It was okay to lose one. Nothing else mattered. To a powerhouse of his realm, what was the most important? The advancement of his realm. Now everything was ruined. King Huai said nothing. He did not look at Feng Yexing anymore, but swept a glance at Feng Jiuqing. Then his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Farce! A ridiculous farce had ruined his grand plan. Feng Jiuqing's expression changed again and again. Not far away, Zhang Tao said calmly, "It's time for this show to end. If the land of the royal court doesn't welcome human martial artists, then cancel the quota next time." What a joke! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao waved his hand. Feng Ping and the others moved, rising into the air one after another. Below, Ji Yao looked up at Feng Ping, gritting her teeth, her face full of humiliation and anger. She raised her head and shouted, "Feng Ping! I'll remember you." Feng Ping lowered his head and sighed. Improving one's strength is the foundation. Martial artists only know how to plot and scheme. They are destined to never achieve great things. You have no hope of reaching the peak because you think too much and are not pure enough. Today, some of your tricks have been seen through. It's impossible to think of a next time. Humans don't want to be enemies with monster life, but that doesn't mean they're afraid of you. Ji Yao, you're on your own. I actually don't want to meet you on the battlefield in the future. As he said that, Feng Ping shouted again, "But we humans don't fear battle." If we really meet, what harm is there in a battle? King Huai laughed. Well said. We humans don't fear battle. We live by battle. That's why we're martial artists. Little kid, you want to scheme against us? Ha ha ha. After laughing, the two peerless figures moved, disappearing with their people in an instant. In the air, some powerhouses glanced at Ji Yao, then at Feng Jiuqing and his nephew. Someone sneered and left the place. Someone said calmly, "We don't want to participate in your war, but if you think we're easy to bully, then we'll see." From now on, the two royal courts are not allowed to cross borders. The two royal courts have a maximum quota of 50 people. If you're not willing, the king battleground will be sealed forever. A few powerhouses spoke one after another, setting the tone directly. This time, everyone suffered heavy losses. It had something to do with the two families' numbers. Their people were everywhere. Not only that, rank 7s were also crossing borders to fight. If they were all rank SAXS and had similar numbers, everyone would not have suffered such losses. Invincible rank SXS, but they were only rank SAXS. There were more than a dozen dynasties and sects that were not affiliated with the two families. This represented more than a dozen peerless figures. So many powerhouses had reached a consensus. If they did not agree, then the king battleground would not be opened. Feng Jiuqing's expression was livid. This time they were in big trouble. He took another look at Feng Miexing. Suddenly, a flame that could burn everything rose in Feng Jiuqing's heart. Did Miexing ally with Ji Yao? Feng Qing was dead. The only heir to the throne of the Feng family in this generation was dead. Feng Miexing's elder brother was not talented enough. Even if he forced it, he was only at the same rank as Feng Miexing, a quasi-commander. The hope of this generation of the Feng family rested on Feng Qing and Feng Miexing. As for the previous generation, although he was very talented, he had already walked his own path. The position of the Lord of the Royal Court was not suitable for people like them to fight for. Now Feng Qing was dead. The next person the Feng family wanted to support was Feng Miexing. However, if the marriage between Miexing and Ji Yao was successful, when he thought of this, Feng Jiuqing suddenly felt less angry. Maybe it could turn into a good thing. Marriage with the strongest family in Destiny Royal Court, or directly with Destiny Royal Court, might be a good thing for the Feng family. The Royal Court had been seeking cooperation with the other party. Destiny Royal Court was wavering. This might be an opportunity. The next moment, Feng Jiuqing regained his composure. He looked at Feng Miexing and said, "The matter of the king battleground ends here. You and Ji Yao, young people, you can interact more in the future." Beside him, Ji Yao's face was purple. What did he mean? She did not even have time to get angry. Tiger King waved his hand and took her away with the flight step. They had to go. Ji Yao might have the Life King's origin energy in her body. If they did not leave now, when those fellows informed the powerhouses who were similar to the Life King, there might be trouble. At the same time, Fang Ping's group was about to reach Mount Royal Sea. Warlord did not enter Mount Royal Sea. It was easier for him to take a detour to the area he was defending. If he entered Mount Royal Sea, he would have to go inside, which would be more troublesome. Before they parted, Warlord glanced at his little fatty and did not care much. He looked at Fang Ping and said lightly after a while, "Kid, my name is still useful, right? When you kill people, people call you the descendant of Warlord. Does it feel good?" Fang Ping shook his head and said seriously, "It doesn't feel good. I think it will feel good if my name can scare the top one day." Warlord laughed. Then his expression turned cold. "You're on your own. This is not the first time you've caused trouble for me." Fang Ping was stunned. He was not surprised that Warlord had noticed something. Jiang Chao was a member of his family. He knew some things. However, this was not the first time he had caused trouble. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. "Why don't you thank Senior Warlord? You caused a big commotion in gigantic Willow City that day. At that time, there was no such thing as the top ones not entering the outer realm. It was Senior Warlord who helped you fend off the people from the restricted area." Fang Ping bowed immediately. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior." "You don't have to thank me. However, you're only rank 6, and you're already causing so much trouble. If you like to cause trouble so much, when you reach rank 7, go and guard Mount Royal Sea Valley. There, You can cause as much trouble as you want." After saying that, Warlord's figure disappeared. The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. "Guard that valley? I won't do it. There's not even a shadow there. It's so boring to face the passageway all day long. Don't you know that I like crowds?" Zhang Tao ignored him. As he led everyone into the Grand Canyon, he laughed. "Is it fun? Huh? Is it fun to kill indiscriminately?" Zhang Tao snorted. "Did you kill the dynasty and the sect disciples? Did you have to force them to join forces with the Monster Plant clan to fight us humans? Think before you act." As he said that, Zhang Tao could not continue. Actually, it was not that he could not kill them. So what if he killed them? The key was that he did not expect this kid to be so good at killing. He almost killed all of them. This was the reason why the two human paragons went to keep watch. He also did not expect Fong Ping to almost kill all of them. Actually, no one expected it because this had never happened before. Zhang Tao did not talk about this. He did not talk about it. Fong Ping said dryly, "Minister, return the jade pendant to me." Zhang Tao took the jade pendant and did not return it to him. It was time to return it to him. Zhang Tao said calmly, "It's mine." "Minister, it's mine." Fong Ping looked sad. "How did it become yours?" "It's mine." "Ask everyone, whose is this?" Fong Ping was stunned. That made sense. He had no words to say. He did not even have time to tell Old Wang and the others about this. Now no one knew. If he asked others, of course, they would say it was Zhang Tao's. Who would he ask? Zhang Tao said again, "Seeing that you've solved most of the problems yourself, I will return the things inside to you. The jade pendant will be returned to its owner." "Minister." Fong Ping wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Stop fooling around. What returned to its owner? Her master is still in my storage space. How can it be your turn?" The others could not hear their conversation. It was too easy for a powerhouse like Zhang Tao to block the conversation. As he said that, Zhang Tao suddenly asked, "Where did you hide the storage ring?" "Huh, where's the storage ring?" "Just this. This can be used to bring back the monster carcass. A rank 7 monster carcass in the Magic City catacombs. How did you bring it back?" Zhang Tao smiled faintly. Fong Ping was speechless. After a while, he said vaguely, "I hid it in the Sanjiao Gate." "The storage ring entered the Sanjiao Gate." Zhang Tao glanced at him and said thoughtfully, "A high-grade storage ring? Not bad. I won't ask about this. What about the other things?" "What? Playing dumb?" "I really don't understand. If I throw you over to Jiyao now, guess what will happen?" Fong Ping said in grief and indignation, "You want to rob me?" "No, it's a trip to the peak, both of you. You have to know that the peak cannot be moved easily. If I enter the restricted area, there's a risk of dying. You can calculate it yourself. How much will it cost, mental damage, and loss of working time? Kid, if I ask you to protect a rank 1 martial artist now, forget about the restricted area, and go to the outer realm for a few days, will you agree?" "Yes." Zhang Tao was speechless. After a while, he said, "All right then, next time there's a group of newbies going to the outer realm, you'll lead the team. You won't take a single cent. You must ensure their safety, because I've guaranteed your safety this time." Fong Ping sighed, saying helplessly, "Forget it, I'll pay. I really didn't snatch many divine weapons, only 3 in total." "Hee hee. 5. Seeing that Zhang Tao did not believe him, Fong Ping broke down. All right. I admit that I snatched 30 in total, but it's split among everyone, not just me. I got more, 15 in total. You can't snatch all of them, can you? 10. Zhang Tao opened his mouth wide. "Return me the jade pendant. Then 12 it is. It's useless for you to have so many. You're practically robbing me, taking 12 divine weapons from me in one trip. No, robbing won't be that quick." Fong Ping admitted defeat. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I agree. At least I kept 3, so it's not a wasted trip." Zhang Tao nodded in satisfaction. At this time he heard Iron Head whispering to Old Wong with a smile. Old Wong, this time we each got more than 10 divine weapons. How are we going to use them when we get back? Old Yao, you got the most. Why don't we open an auction and sell them? Fong Ping seems to have 50 or 60. Why does he need so many? Zhang Tao said nothing. He glanced at Fong Ping, who did not hear anything and was still pretending to be pained. Suddenly, he laughed and patted Fong Ping's head. Fong Ping shuddered. What was old Zhang doing? Chapter 595. After passing through the canyon, Fong Ping and the others did not see the Taoist from last time. They did not know where he had gone. Old Zhang, on the other hand, was still stroking Fong Ping's head. Fong Ping was close to breaking down. What do you mean? I'm not your son. Why do you keep patting my head? Old Zhang continued to touch, until they were out of the canyon. Fong Ping twisted his head. That's enough. I'm not a puppy. That's enough. Zhang Tao did not continue. He did not use flight step either. As he walked, he asked, Fong Ping, can you achieve a breakthrough after leaving the catacombs this time? More or less. If that's the case, he's about to reach rank 7. Youngsters nowadays are stronger than we were back then. Zhang Tao sighed with emotion. Fong Ping was a little surprised. Did old people like to reminisce about the past? Not many of our generation are still alive. Zhang Tao's eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. He said softly, I still remember that there were a total of 36 martial artists who went into the catacombs with me. Time flies. Now, I am the only one left alive. Zhang Tao's tone was slightly downcast. This time, he was not talking to Fong Ping. He turned around and looked at Imperial Sea Mountain, murmuring, Back then, there were actually people who were more talented than me. Some people broke through the realm before me. Some people entered rank 7 or even rank 8 before me. However, we humans are weak and can't defeat the catacombs. To be able to gain a foothold in the catacombs, there are bound to be people who are bleeding. I still remember a companion of the same age, 48 years old, achieved rank 8. However, that year, when the catacombs invaded, he single-handedly held off a rank 9 with his bare hands. In the end, his golden body collapsed, and he was completely obliterated. Back then, if he had a divine weapon in his hands, he wouldn't have to fear a 9th-grade weapon. Our human prodigy of rank 8 fighting a rank 9 on his own, his combat strength is evident. What a pity. If he hadn't died back then, perhaps our Sino nation would have had another paragon. Not only him, but many others felt the same way. Prodigy martial artists, less than 100 years old, with rank 8 and rank 9 abilities, old and heavily injured, traveling thousands of miles alone, fighting with their bare fists until the last moment of their lives. Humans! The humans of this era, the warriors of this era, since ancient times, who can compare with them? It hurts. We have a body full of strength, but it's useless and there's nothing we can use. You can't even provide a mere grade 7 or grade 8 divine weapon for those cultivators to fight barehanded. In the crowd, Su Zissou was on the verge of tears. How tragic! Tai Tu's expression changed again. Humans were indeed miserable. Many grandmasters who went on expeditions to the catacombs did not even have a weapon because alloy weapons were useless to them. Thinking of how he had obtained so many divine weapons this time, before Tai Tu could speak, Yao Qingjun said in a deep voice, Minister, achoo! Fong Ping sneezed loudly. Then, with a sorrowful expression, he said, Humans are so miserable. Old Zhang, what are you doing? You're a peerless powerhouse, but you're about to cry in front of us. Have some shame. How many times have you said the words barehanded? I've already said 12 rounds, and I've given you all of my assets, yet you're still talking about this? How are you going to live? Zhang Tao quickly regained his composure. He chuckled and said, I forgot myself a little. I'm getting old. Seeing you young people grow up, I think a lot Beside him, Yao Qingjun said again, Minister, I've entered the battlefield this time and obtained many divine weapons. Zhang Tao waved his hand and said, what you obtain from the catacombs is your own harvest. Make good use of it. Don't waste it. Yao Qingjun nodded and said, FMS doesn't need so many. Humans are in a critical situation now. Qingjuan's strength is meager. I can only do what I can to provide seniors with 10 rank, 7 divine weapons. Fang Ping looked up at the sky. Life was not going to live. Yao Qingjun, the two of us are irreconcilable. You've handed in 10 rounds, obviously saying that you've obtained more than that. You've already obtained so much. How much do I have? I've just tricked old John, and you're already undermining me? I'll hammer you to death. Do you believe me? Also, you should ask for some benefits. Divine weapons are actually useless. The key is that you're donating them for free. On the other hand, old Zhang's expression turned serious. He cupped his hands and said, I thank you on behalf of everyone. It's because of people like you that humans are where they are now. They have successors. It's Sino Nation's honor and Martial Arts University's honor that FMS has produced students like you. Of course, this is your personal harvest, after all. In that case, I can't give you anything else. Yao Qingjun, you used to be the military department's commander-in-chief. This time, you've made a great contribution. Your military rank will be promoted to general. In addition, FMS's basic resources allocation will increase by 30% this year. Also, I see that your mentality is strong, but your physique is not strong enough. I'll give you a golden fruit to help you forge a semi-golden body. Minister, Yao Qingjun looked touched. He was touched that a top powerhouse would treat him like this. Beside him, Tai Tu and Old Wang were eager to make a move. Fang Ping continued to look at the sky. You guys continue. I'll just listen. Old Yao is definitely acting. Don't think I don't know. Old Zhang did not give Tai Tu and Old Wang a chance to speak. He waved his hand, looking like he was telling them to stop talking. Who did not know how to put on an act? He had lived for almost 100 years. Loosening the reins to grasp was still a piece of cake. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Zhang did not stay on the ground anymore. Just like before he came, he flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, rushing outside. At this time, Fang Ping and the others gathered together. Fang Ping looked at Old Yao, then at Tai Tu and Old Wang. He grinned and said, Guys, do you think you have too much money? Cough, cough. Wang Jinyang coughed softly and said, It's not easy being a grandmaster in Sino Nation, I know. Fang Ping was speechless. It's not easy for me either. Why don't you guys sponsor me a little too? That's enough. Take out 2 or 3, and that's enough. Don't you guys want to live? There's so many people in NMAU who are crying piteously for food. Over at FMS, they're so hungry that their faces are green. It's the same for MCMAU. We're so hungry that we can barely walk. You want divine weapons? Sure, buy them. Exchange for pills, energy stones, energy fruits. If you don't have divine weapons, you should at least have some of these, right? When martial arts universities become stronger, it's still Sino Nation becoming stronger. It's not like it's a waste. If you guys just give it away like this, what about martial arts universities? It's not easy to be a minister, and we understand that. It's too hard on the minister. He's been worrying for the greater good of humanity, and this time he's worried for us. It's too hard. However, martial arts universities were also the minister's favorite. When martial arts universities became stronger, the minister would also be happy. Was that not logical? So, we'd better take care of ourselves at this time. Martial arts universities are more important. When we reach the pinnacle, we'll just kill a few pinnacles, and that'll be enough for everyone to eat. Only then will we have the ability to repay all of humanity. Zhang Tao, who was flying ahead, twitched his mouth. Forget it. This brat said so much. It was obvious that he was unwilling to give it away. Forget it. It doesn't matter if he doesn't send me off. With this brat's ability to cause trouble, He'll have to beg me sooner or later. Next time, I'll call 7 or 8 paragons to support me. I'll even include the transportation fees. You better prepare the money first. Speaking of which, a paragon like him was not as rich as a rank 6. There was no justice in this world. Zhang Tao pondered whether he should explore the place or not. Take a stroll in the domain land, take a stroll in the Forbidden Sea? Zhang Tao sighed. He couldn't leave. It would be troublesome if he got trapped. Even if he did not die, he would still be in big trouble if he could not get out. If he delayed for 3 to 5 years, when he got out, the war would have already broken out. He would be a sinner to humanity. Old Zhang was the driver, flying everyone. Everyone had time to chat. At this time, Fong Ping also had time to look at the others. After scanning around, Fong Ping asked, "Where are the people from the other holy lands?" "They came out earlier than us. They've already brought their people and left." Du Hong said, "When the king battleground was in chaos, some people came out. There were also some who died." "Died? How many died?" "Not many, 4 or 5. I didn't look closely." Du Hong said, "I was worried that there would be problems if they stayed here, so I left one step earlier. But the minister and senior warlord were there, so no one stopped them. Those people were not involved, so they did not know anything. The dynasty's sect disciples who came out did not know them either. If these fellows wanted to leave, the 2 human paragons were there, so the parties let them go." When Fong Ping heard this, he curled his lips and said, "How cowardly!" Du Hong was speechless. "If you were not a Sino, we would have left too. There were many paragons in that scene. Were they really not afraid of death?" The people from the restricted area did not leave because it was the restricted area's territory. As for the other 5 parties, there were a total of 16 people who entered the rank, 6 territory this time. 4 or 5 of them died. The casualty rate was not high, but it was not low either. Fong Ping could not be bothered with them. He glanced at the Sino Nation side. It seemed that a few people were missing. Previously, before he came out, some people came out earlier than him, so he did not look closely. At this time, after scanning around, Fong Ping asked, "What about us?" Du Hong said helplessly, "Our luck was not too good. When we came out, we encountered a group of monsters. Chun Ping died in battle. This time there were a total of 4 people on the military department side, including Du Hong and Li Yiming. Chun Ping was a descendant of the Chun family. His family's ancestor was also a guardian. He actually died in battle." Fong Ping was slightly surprised. As for sadness, it was not that sad. He was not too familiar with him. Then where did Li Fei and Zhang Nanqi go? Both of them were not here either. Only Jiang Chao and Su Zissou were here in Stellar Sky City. Someone from the rank 7 territory came out. There are the Li family and the Zhang family. They took them with them and left. Fong Ping nodded and said nothing. At that time, it was normal for these people to leave because they were afraid of being implicated. Since both sides had not fallen out, it would not affect anything if these outsiders left. However, Fong Ping glanced at Su Zissou and said with a smile, "Little Su, why didn't you leave?" Su Zissou's eyes widened. "I'm older than you. How did you become Little Su?" Although she was depressed, Su Zissou still grinned and said, "Jiang Chao said it'll be fine. Ancestor Jiang is here too, so I'm not afraid anymore." Fong Ping glanced at her, then at Fatty. Suddenly, he smiled ambiguously. "Little Su, you trust Fatty quite a lot, huh?" Jiang Chao said it was fine, so she did not leave. What was up with this woman? Could it be that she had fallen for Fatty? Jiang Chao pursed his lips and did not explain. "You can think whatever you want. If I, Jiang Chao, said it was fine, what else could it be? My ancestor is here. Even if I can't win, I can still run away with a few of them." As for Li Fei and Zhang Nanqi, they did not leave on their own. Both of their families were from the rank 7 domain. Those people did not trust Jiang Chao. Moreover, Jiang Chao had never met them before. It was normal for him to bring his own people away. Fong Ping saw that old Wang seemed like he wanted to say something, so he pressed his hand to stop him from speaking. Old Zhang was still there. The old man loved to eavesdrop. Walls have ears. On old Wang and Tai Tu's side, both of them did not enter rank 7. They did not even enter upper stage rank 6, but it was not like they did not gain anything. These two fellows had actually externalized their mentality. Externalization was not instantiation. It could reach the stage of externalization. When they closed their mentality gates later, both of them could enter mentality vitality, unity, directly. When their mentality gates were closed, their mentality would increase once. The life gate was closed in the first place. There were no benefits before, but this time their mentality might increase once again. If that was the case, they might not be far from instantiation. Both of them did not seem to have gained as much as Yao Qingjun, but that bastard Tai Tu had kept an ancient weapon that was comparable to a rank 9 material with him. At the thought of this, Fang Ping glanced at Tai Tu. He was not giving it to him. If he gave it to this bastard, he might hand it over later. He would confiscate it. No, he would keep it for him. As for old Wang, it seemed like he had gained something else. Fang Ping did not have time to listen to what he wanted to say. Zhang Tao's speed was indeed very fast. Not long after, everyone arrived at a human city. This time, Fang Ping had time to observe. When he saw that there were people in the city wearing the Department of Education's combat uniform, Fang Ping swept his gaze around and said, "Minister, is the Wuhan military here?" "Yes." "Are they all from the previous martial arts universities?" "Most of them are. There are no traitors in the Wuhan military, right?" Zhang Tao did not speak, but Fang Ping suddenly felt like he was suffocating. Old Zhang was beating him up. Fang Ping's face was flushed. After a while, he panted heavily, looking gloomy. "Just you wait. Those who bullied me in the past have been beaten up by me. You will be the same sooner or later." Since old Zhang had confirmed that there were no traitors, Fang Ping kicked Fatty. Fatty was a little confused. This time he did not quite understand. Fang Ping swept his gaze across the city below, raising his eyebrows. Fatty calculated for a while and seemed to understand. Then he roared, "MCMAU Fang Ping killed 18 catacombs rank 7s, spread the might of Sino Nation, spread the might of martial arts universities, invincible in martial arts universities." As soon as this roar was heard, the city below was shaken. In the next moment, a rank 9 powerhouse leaped into the air. He glanced at Zhang Tao, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Zhang Tao pretended not to see it. He waved his hand and said, "Go back. We'll go out first." The rank 9 powerhouse did not ask much. He swept his gaze across the crowd. He seemed to know Fang Ping. When he saw Fang Ping, he smiled and nodded. Fang Ping returned the smile. Then he patted Fatty's head and scolded in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Your brother and old Yao killed a few too." Jiang Chao chuckled. "Then you've also killed more than 10. This time, you've finally vented your anger." As he said that, he added, "Fang Ping, when you go out this time, you can be the top rank 7, right? Don't talk nonsense. Killing catacombs martial artists is everyone's responsibility. What's the point of being on the list? Do martial artists of my generation need empty titles? That's true, but you're still awesome. A rank 6 actually killed a few upper stage rank 7. I was just lucky. That's still strength. With your strength, you're good enough to be a governor. Get lost. Why would I be a governor?" Fatty reacted for a while and nodded. "That's true. You're from MCMAU. It's more suitable for you to be the vice-chancellor. Don't talk nonsense. How old am I? Heroes don't matter where they come from or how old they are. I think you're the only one who can lead MCMAU to a better place and become stronger. Fatty, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to beat you up. Don't. I'm just happy for you." The two of them spoke one after another, and they seemed to be in high spirits. Of course, their voices were not loud. However, who here did not have a bit of strength? At this moment, Zhang Tao had already landed with everyone. As they walked toward the passageway, he said lightly, "That's enough." Fang Ping looked like he did not know what he meant. Jiang Chao grinned. "I'm just saying it in private." But seriously, Fang Ping didn't just kill 10 rank 7s this time. That's hundreds of rank 7s. No, maybe even rank 8s and 9s. These geniuses in the catacombs below the high ranks were almost wiped out by him. As he said that, Fatty added again, "In our Sino nation, speaking of which, rank 7 and 8 martial artist contributions are probably not as big as Fang Ping's." Fang Ping was slightly annoyed. He scolded, "You're still talking." Zhang Tao's expression darkened. "Mother asterisk her, I can't help but want to chop someone up." He did not want to say anything else. He dragged everyone into the passageway directly. Once they entered the passageway, Fang Ping and the rest did not feel anything last time and went out directly. This time, Fang Ping was a little surprised. He was also a little scared. The passageway was shaking. It would not collapse, would it? Zhang Tao, on the other hand, was not so worried. He said as he walked, "When a paragon enters the passageway, it's slightly unstable. This is caused by energy resonance. However, as the time it takes for the passageway to form grows longer, the passageway will become more and more stable. There won't be any more problems in the later stages." Fang Ping understood. He thought of something and asked immediately, "Minister, then what you mean is, in fact, in the past, the paragon could not enter through the passageway?" "Yes, not even through the catacombs." "That's right. Then now that the passageways have been appearing for a long time, doesn't that mean?" Zhang Tao confirmed his thoughts and said, "Back then, the paragon of the catacombs could only enter the human world through the Imperial Sea Mountain passageway, which is also the passageway of Star City. That's why in the past, Star City guarded that passageway. The catacombs paragon could forget about entering Earth. However, now that the number of catacombs passageways has increased, it has gradually formed a stable network. The catacombs passageways do not exist alone. Fang Ping, perhaps you don't understand. Let me explain it more clearly. The 108 passageways are actually a big net that connects the two worlds. This net was not stable in the past. It was like a spider web, because there was not much spider silk between them. If something heavier pressed on it, the spider web would shatter. However, when there was more spider silk, the spider web became sturdy. Then, if you put some heavy objects on it, although one spider silk could not bear it, the other spider silk would share the burden. When that time comes, forget about one paragon. Even 8 or 10 of them could all pass through the passageway together. Fang Ping's pupils contracted sharply. What did he mean? Actually, he understood. In other words, because there were not many passageways in the past, and the passageways were not stable, the catacombs paragon could not enter the human world through the passageway. If they wanted to go, they could only go through the passageway that connected Imperial Sea Mountain and Star City. That was why humans used to defend the paragon from entering Earth. They only needed to defend that side. Of course, Sino Nation might have such a passageway, and other holy lands might have it too. Now, as the number of catacombs opened increased, in the future, if these catacombs paragon really wanted to enter the human world, they could use all 108 passageways. This way, it would be almost impossible to defend. No wonder for the past 2 years, the human higher-ups kept saying that they might give up some areas. Maybe the pressure from the outer realm was not the root. The root was still the pressure from the restricted area, the paragon's pressure. Minister, how many passageways have been opened now? 102. Zhang Tao had already led everyone out of the passageway. He turned around and said, "Right now, there are still 6 passageways that have not been opened. Sino Nation still has 1. Actually, we can already sense the changes. Maybe it will be opened in 1 or 2 years. It's about the same for other places. In the next 2 or 3 years, these passageways will probably be opened. Once they are opened, although we have people guarding Imperial Sea Mountain, when that time comes, there will be passageways leading to Earth everywhere. The paragon will no longer have to consider which way to go. That will be the real trouble. We have been fighting with the Monster Plant clan for many years. Actually, we are stalling for time, and so are they. We are stalling for time until all the passageways in the outer realm are opened. Originally, there were only a few openings. We could still defend them, but now the barrier between the two worlds is full of openings. There are hundreds of them. How are we going to block them? Zhang Tao sighed softly. His tone was complicated as he said, I wanted to buy more time for all of you. Maybe you can grow further and become stronger. But now, time waits for no one. In 2 or 3 years, when all the passageways are opened, we might give up some areas and mainly defend some areas. The outer realm is just the vanguard. The real enemy is still the restricted areas. In the past, the Catacombs Paragon did not enter the outer realm because of this. Because even if they went to the outer realm, they could not come in. When there are too many people, the passageways will collapse. When there are too few people, if they really come, they might be surrounded and killed by us. Your generation is lucky, but also unlucky. Fortunately, your generation actually grew up in a better environment. More catacombs passageways are opened, and you are actually allocated more resources. In the past, martial arts universities would not recruit so many people. Not only that, but the rich celestial energy makes cultivation much easier. But unfortunately, the time given to you is too short. In 2 or 3 years, all the passageways will be opened. This may not be the time for the final battle, but in 5 or 6 years, 7 or 8 years, the passageways will be completely stable. The Monster Plant clan and the Monster Life clan have actually been communicating and linking up. When both sides have linked up, the passageways will be completely stable. The final battle should also be coming. At this point, Zhang Tao sighed again and said, Today, we human martial artists still lack some high-end power. Therefore, the most important thing now is to fully equip those high-ranked martial artists so that they have stronger strength, so that they can go to more places, fight stronger opponents, and gain more things. Fang Ping sighed too. He sighed so much that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were about to burst out. Old Zhang really had enough. He was acting pitiful again. Minister, I am willing to sponsor 12 divine weapons for Sino Nation Grandmasters. In addition, I will auction 18 of them. Do you think this is enough? Zhang Tao gave him a look. Kid, 12 of them is the reward you promised me. Now you are sponsoring them voluntarily? All right, whatever this kid says, as long as the things are given. As for the auction, thinking of this, Zhang Tao nodded and said, Sure, but it's not easy for everyone. Set a limit. It can't exceed 10 billion. Actually, you can take this opportunity to auction off all the things you don't need. The same goes for the others. When the time comes, I will go and support you. This kid really had a lot of good stuff. It would be good if he took them all out. Auctioning. Zhang Tao was even considering if he should ask the government to print more money. After all, the money was in the kids' hands, so the economy would not collapse. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping also said immediately, No cash! Who would use this stuff at a powerhouse's auction? Don't you think so, Minister? How could he not know what Zhang Tao was thinking? Money will become waste paper when the time comes. Why would I want that stuff? It might depreciate, and I won't be able to spend a single cent. Zhang Tao could not help but laugh. Before he left, he said one last time, I still have something to do. When there's time, Fang Ping said immediately, Minister, this time when I break through, I want to hold a Grandmaster banquet. Do you want to support me? I think it's fine if the auction is held on that day. Everyone can celebrate together. This is a big day. I'll definitely be in a good mood that day. I'll give everyone a discount, don't you think? Speaking of this, Fang Ping was a little excited. I want to hold a Grandmaster banquet. I still have to invite a paragon to participate. This face, which Grandmaster in the world has more face than me? Just thinking about it makes me happy. When other people hold a Grandmaster banquet, forget about a paragon, it's already good enough if even one rank 9 attends. I have to think about it. How many powerhouses do I want to invite? Forget about MCMAU. Rank 9s like Nan Yunyue, Wu Chuan, Zhang Weiyu, Li Daong. These people, I'll invite all of them. As for Polaris, I'll think about whether I should invite a few of them. After that, I'll invite people from various departments, various governors, and those grandmasters from the last Tiananmen battle. I wonder if Commanderly has time, Fang Ping mumbled softly. If he had time, would he come if he invited them? Zhang Tao's movements were slightly sluggish. This kid, he was overjoyed to this extent. There was nothing else he could say. However, it was not a flaw for young people to want face, to want extravagance, and to like to show off. It was just that it made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Just as Zhang Tao was about to speak, Fang Ping said again, "If I'm holding a grandmaster banquet, I won't be stingy. Whatever juniors everyone has, just bring them. Energy stones, energy fruits, pills, monster meat. Eat and use them to your heart's content. It's a universal celebration. Minister, do you think I care about this little thing? Organize some juniors to spar and learn from each other on the spot. Just give some divine weapons or something." Zhang Tao's body was sluggish again. Mother****, you're not calling this a grandmaster banquet. Change it to a peerless banquet. Even when I broke through to peerless, I wasn't as arrogant as you. Also, the juniors you mentioned, who are you talking about? How old is this kid this year? Zhang Tao could not remember. Or rather, he did not want to remember. However, he did not expect Fang Ping to say, "Oh right, I have to pick a good time. It's best to hold it on my 20th birthday. It'll be a celebration too." Yes, Fang Ping was 20 years old. When he was 18, Fang Ping entered MCMAU. Now he was not even in his junior year. It was still a holiday. A full 20 years old. August was his birthday. Fang Ping felt that since he had broken through in August, it was time to have some fun. Zhang Tao turned his head to look at Fang Ping. With a faint smile, he said, "You're lucky you're a martial arts university student. Otherwise, I'd slap you to death right now. This little bastard, who are you showing off to? 20 years old!" As he muttered in his heart, old Zhang ran away. He ran so fast that even Absolute Peak could not take it anymore. P.S. A warm celebration for the two managers, Little E and Little Fox's birthday today. Congratulations to the two children for growing up and being able to fall in love. A boy and a girl, you know. Happy birthday. Chapter 596. Passageway Entrance. After old Zhang left, Fang Ping finally had time to observe his surroundings. He did not see it when he came in. When he saw where he was, Fang Ping said suddenly, "It's actually here." Sino Nation currently had 23 passageways on the surface, but in reality there were 24. There was one in Polaris City that was not counted as a passageway. It was just an entrance to Mount Imperial Sea. The 24th passageway was where Fang Ping and the others were now. It was not somewhere else, but the Forbidden City. Fang Ping did not expect the passageway to be here. Beside him, Jiang Chao took a look. It was also his first time knowing that the passageway was here, but he was not surprised. He said, "So it's here. If that's the case, the previous dynasty's emperor suppressed this place." Fang Ping looked doubtful. Jiang Chao said casually, "Before the modern era, it was all feudal dynasties. The emperors of feudal dynasties, I mean the ones who founded the country, were usually top-notch powerhouses. Rank 9 was not uncommon. These people founded dynasties, most of the time, to walk their own path of origin. I heard from my grandfather that some of the city lords in the catacombs built cities, including the restricted area and the royal court, because they walked a similar path. This path is also a relatively clear path of origin, the path of the people. Otherwise, why do you think powerhouses build countries? Build dynasties? Is it really for power? That's not it. The key is that there's hope to walk this path and even step into the impasse realm. This is also the most clear path at the moment, and it's the kind where you walk your own and I walk mine, similar but not similar. This time, Fong Ping understood. He said with some surprise, "The path of the people can be walked." That's not it either. There are some restrictions. I'm not sure about the specifics. In fact, those who haven't walked this path don't know. What about now? Fong Ping said doubtfully, "If the path of the people can lead to the pinnacle, logically speaking, it should continue." Jiang Chao shook his head. "It doesn't mean that walking this path and building a dynasty will really lead to the pinnacle. It can only be said that there is hope, but the hope is slim. Also, the reason why the modern social structure appeared." Jiang Chao paused, hesitating for a moment before saying, "My grandfather said that it's actually a test. The path of the people is not easy to walk. Not only is it not easy to walk, but it also limits the development of the people's wisdom, causing martial arts to decline. Therefore, when the last feudal dynasty came to an end, the dynasty system was no longer continued. The new system might be able to give birth to more experts, open up the people's wisdom, let everyone practice martial arts, and let everyone be their own master." Back then, it was the entire nation that pushed for the emperor martial path to perfection. Now, we have abandoned the emperor martial path to perfection. No one knew if this experiment was good or bad, but it was a fact that there were more martial artists in China and more powerhouses. Even in the desperate times, Commander Li and Minister Zhang had only become peerless experts under such a system. Therefore, everyone is very satisfied with China's current system. Fong Ping was deep in thought. He asked again, "The emperors of the previous dynasty were all powerhouses. From the looks of it, ever since the era of sex, martial arts have declined. In fact, the feudal dynasties have also declined. After the Song dynasty, although there were experts, there were not many of them. Even the emperor could not show his divinity in front of the people." As Jiang Chao spoke, he continued, "It is precisely because of this that they abandoned the Tao of the people, because it has been many years since an expert has appeared." The emperors before the Song dynasty had experts? I'm not sure. Is the Li family ancestor the Tang dynasty emperor? Jiang Chao shrugged. I don't know, but the possibility is not high. This was 1,000 years ago. I don't think my ancestor is 1,000 years old. Although the ancestor doesn't talk about his past, I have interacted with the ancestor many times. I think the ancestor is actually not that old, 300 to 500 years old at most. Fong Ping had nothing to say to that. You think your ancestor is not that old, only 300 to 500 years old. Why does it sound so weird? Star Town appeared about 300 years ago. 300 years ago. It was still unclear whether the Jiang family ancestor and the others were peerless experts or of other ranks. Maybe they were not peerless experts when they built Star Town. Maybe they were. Now, as the ancestor did not mention the past, the people could not speculate. Now, however, Fong Ping had some understanding of why there were so many city, lords, and royal cities in the outer regions of the catacombs. It seemed that they were all walking a similar path, wanting to step into the peak. However, Fong Ping felt that there should be a huge limit. The probability of a peak appearing was very small. Not enough people? Not enough people? Or was there another reason? The city lord's jurisdiction is too small, and there are too few people. Will it affect them? Fong Ping heard that the lords of the royal court in the restricted area have been out of the peak. Does this mean that the more people under jurisdiction, the higher the chances of entering the peak? The path of the people, this was also the first path that Fong Ping knew about the peak. Some people said that Li Zhan walked the path of the sword, but there are thousands of sword paths. Whether Li Zhan's path of origin was the path of the sword, it was really hard to say. His void-piercing sword technique was an origin ultimate technique, but the path of origin was only a kind of realization. It did not have a carrier. Li Zhan's void-piercing sword technique could also be changed to void-piercing blade technique. This was not a problem. As they walked out, Fatty continued, "There is a passageway here. It is both unexpected and reasonable. If you pay attention, you will realize that there are passageways in those ancient capitals. The emperors of the past dynasties have been suppressing the passageways. Even if the passageways are not opened, powerhouses can sense the existence of the passageways. Previously, I thought that capital cities' catacombs were the passageways that were suppressed back then, so I did not think too much about it. Only now do I know that capital city has 2 passageways. No wonder the imperial capital is set here, and all the departments are suppressing here. 2 passageways, indeed, require a stronger force to suppress. Fong Ping glanced at him. This fatty really knew a lot of things. He was just not very reliable. If you did not ask, he would not remember these things. Only when you mentioned it could he remember some things. Everyone walked out of the Forbidden City, and no one blocked their way. The area they were in was also not an open area. After walking out of the Forbidden City, Fong Ping looked up at the dazzling sun, exhaled softly, and said, "What's the date today?" "The 18th. On the 3rd of July, Fong Ping and the others entered the catacombs. On the night of the 3rd, they entered the battlefield. Now half a month had passed. It has been half a month. Fong Ping felt a little emotional. He felt that time passed very fast, but also seemed very slow. Half a month without sleep, half a month of killing. This was a martial artist, this was the catacombs. Does the apex sleep? Fong Ping's question had stumped everyone. Did the apex sleep? How often did they sleep? No one knew about this. Even Fatty did not know. He had seen Warlord many times, but when they met, Warlord did not sleep. When they did not meet, he did not know what Warlord was doing. Fatty was not in the mood to answer this question. He chuckled and said, "Fong Ping, then we'll go back first. Star City? Yes. Not going to MCMAU anymore. We have to go home first. I'm afraid Grandpa knows about the battlefield. If we don't go back soon, we'll get beaten up." Fatty looked helpless. This time, Jiang Chao's reputation had broken through the roof. Even after Fong Ping revealed his identity, Jiang Chao was still famous. When he went back this time, he did not know how Grandpa would deal with him. Moreover, this time he hid for half a month and did not gain anything. The only thing he gained was probably the pair of divine weapon boots that Fong Ping gave him. This was not as good as Su Zissou. Su Zissou also gained something and achieved upper stage rank 6. Before that, Fong Ping and the people from the 2 big royal courts left the ruins. Su Zissou and the others entered the ruins later. Jiang Chao actually went in too, but he did not gain anything. Su Zissou, on the other hand, was weaker. He got some benefits and achieved upper stage rank 6. Not only did he gain nothing from entering the battlefield, but he also made a name for himself. When he went back, he did not know if the old man would strike him to death. Also, he had moved a lot of good stuff from the family storeroom. Other things aside, that strand of Paragon's origin chi was good stuff, and so was the Paragon's feces. Fong Ping did not say anything more after hearing what he said. He nodded and said, "All right, you guys go back. The next time you enter the battlefield," Jiang Chao said hurriedly, "we don't know when the next time will be. We'll see. Stop joking. I won't go with you even if you beat me to death." This time, Fong Ping was not restricted from entering again. After that, he also threw the blame to muddy the waters. But Jiang Chao promised. The next time Fong Ping went, the moment he went, everyone would have their eyes on him immediately. Moreover, the next time he went, Fong Ping would probably go to the rank 7 region. There might be rank 8 or 9 powerhouses crossing boundaries to kill him. As for the other Paragon's restrictions on the 2 big royal courts after they left, Jiang Chao did not know. Even if he knew, he would not take it seriously. If they really crossed boundaries and killed the people who would know that they had crossed boundaries. This time, it was a rank 7 hunting Fong Ping. Next time, it might be a rank 9. Jiang Chao felt that he still wanted to live for a few more years. He dared not join in the fun. Jiang Chao and Su Zissou left together. Du Hong and the rest also went to the military department to report. Fang Ping glanced at the remaining people. Wang Jinyang said, "I'll go back to NMAU first. I'll go to MCMAU in a few days. There are some things I need to tell you." "Okay, I'll go to CCMAU to take a look." When Ironhead said this, he was a little embarrassed. He said sheepishly that, "Give me the divine weapons first." He wanted to go back to CCMAU to give the divine weapons, but he was now an instructor at MCMAU. Fang Ping glanced at him. After a while, he said, "You and Old Wang will each get 14 divine weapons. Old Yao will get 16. I'll give you 4. I'll keep the rest for now. I'll help you deal with them later." Ironhead looked sheepish, but he did not refuse. Fang Ping was obviously afraid that he would take so many divine weapons and give them away. How could that be possible? I'm not an idiot. Fang Ping ignored him and gave him 4 divine weapons. There were many divine weapons now. Other than the 2 rank 8 ones, Fang Ping could choose the rest. Ironhead picked 4. Originally, he wanted to talk about the rank 9 ancient weapon that he obtained later on, but Fang Ping did not mention it. Ironhead felt a little helpless and did not press him for more. Ironhead took 4. Old Wang did not want all of them and only took 4. He was prepared to give 1 to Zhang Dingnan, 1 to the 2 NMAU peak rank, 6 martial artists each, and 1 to his own instructor. As for himself, Old Wang did not want it. He had even returned the saber. Fang Ping did not know if he was waiting for his own life gate to open. Yao Qingjun took 6. FMS had many powerhouses, more than NMAU. The 3 of them each left 10 with Fang Ping. In reality, Old Yao's 10 did not belong to him anymore. Who asked this guy to give them away on impulse? 2 rank, 8 divine weapons, 90 rank, 7 ones, and 2 ancient weapons. Fang Ping also obtained an ancient weapon. Although it was slightly inferior to Ironhead's, it was still comparable to rank 8. As for the jade pendant, Old Zhang still gave it to him. However, Fang Ping still had to hand over 12 divine weapons later. This was only him. Old Yao and the others were not included. Time to go back. In the next moment, Fang Ping's body shone with golden light. The golden body that was damaged earlier was restored to its original state. At this moment, Fang Ping was like a god. "Ha ha ha!" Fang Ping laughed loudly and soared into the sky. This time he did not take a car. He used the flight step to return to school. July 18th. MCMAU Fang Ping left the catacombs and used the flight step for 3,000 li. Along the way, the golden light shone brightly, swaggering through the streets. Powerhouses everywhere had heard about it. MCMAU Fang Ping had forged a golden body and was suspected to be a rank 8. When the news came out, it caused a sensation all over the world. Fang Ping did not hide it. He even deliberately showed off. He was not afraid of being found out when he left the battlefield. If there was really someone on Earth who had contact with the catacombs, Imperial Sea Mountain was guarded by the Venerable Ones. Whoever went to the restricted area, whoever came from the restricted area, would be seen by the Venerable Ones. If someone really snitched, they might even be able to catch a few important spies. Those who could go to and from the restricted area and communicate with the restricted area were definitely important people. Moreover, once he left the battlefield, it meant that the matter was over. Even if the catacombs found out that it was really Fang Ping who did it, they could just go all out to kill him next time. Those venerable ones in the catacombs could not possibly not suspect Fang Ping at all. However, today these catacombs venerable ones did not cause trouble. Naturally, they had their own little calculations. In the end, forcing the 2 royal courts to only send 50 people in every 3 years was the biggest gain. As for the land of rebirth, what did it have to do with them? Flight step for 3,000 li also needed time. McMao. When Fang Ping's golden light shone brightly, traversing everywhere, Huang Jing suddenly let out a long sigh. Rank 8. I don't think so. Beside him, Lu Fengers said uncertainly. On the other side, Tang Feng said in a low voice, "It will take him at least 3 hours to come back." Evacuate the entire school. What? Lu Fengru was stunned for a moment. Tang Feng said resolutely, evacuate the entire school. The students are on vacation. We will go to Magic City's catacombs to hide. Everyone was stunned. Was Big Lion about to be driven crazy? Taking advantage of Fong Ping's absence to flee with the entire school's teachers and students? Tang Feng rubbed his chin and said, say, if he returns after the entire school evacuates and finds that there's no one, and after waiting for a long time, there's not even a shadow, will he vomit blood in anger? Old Man Li crossed his legs and drank the wine mixed with life essence. He grinned and said, there's no need to do this, right? Having said that, he said, this is too cruel. How about this, we all evacuate and leave those girls in the school behind. Let them flatter him a little. Who knows? They might even get some benefits. Maybe even their marriage will be settled. Cough, cough, cough. Huang Jing was speechless. Were there no normal people in the school? Because Fong Ping was going back to the school, and now these guys wanted to hide in the catacombs. Since when did the catacombs become a sanctuary? Aren't you curious about what he went through this time? Huang Jing was still very curious. What big things did Fong Ping do in the catacombs this time? Although the kid was unreliable, now that he was back, he could tell everyone about it. It would be an eye-opener. Old Man Li said casually, what else could he have gone through? Snatch. If there's anything good, he'll snatch it. When he's done, he'll come back. Before he's done, he most likely won't come back. Now, he's even forged a golden body. Although I don't know if it's a complete golden body, his strength should have improved. We know this without asking. As for you asking how many ruins he explored and how many friends he made, forget it. Whether he explored or not is also a question. Huang Jing's expression stiffened. What he said seemed to make sense. The next moment, they looked at each other. Should they retreat or not? That kid was so flashy and arrogant in front of outsiders now. When he came back, it was guaranteed that every word he said would pierce people's hearts until they broke down. Lu Fengru thought about it and nodded. Let's not go to the catacombs. Let's go. It's my treat today. Let's go out for a meal. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. That made sense. It had been a long time since they went out to eat and drink. It was not bad to go out for a meal. Let the kid be arrogant and come back tomorrow. On the night of July 18th, a ray of golden light cut through the sky and headed straight for MCMAU. That aura, that battle array. Some of the top powerhouses in Magic City could almost feel that wild and arrogant aura. Ha ha ha, I'm back. From afar, Fong Ping's laughter echoed in MCMAU. The hero had returned. Cheer! Inside the school it was quiet. MCMAU, which was originally brightly lit, was much dimmer today. As Fong Ping flew, he shouted again, I'm back! There was still no movement. Not only was there no movement, Fong Ping sensed. It seemed like there was no one. Where is everyone? In the air, Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. In the huge MCMAU, where was everyone? It was not that there was no one. There were still people in the school, but the powerhouses seemed to have disappeared. Those who stayed behind seemed very weak. Those people ran very slowly. It was not until Fong Ping was stunned for a long time that a group of young girls below shouted excitedly, "The president is back! The president is invincible! The president is so amazing! He's even glowing gold!" A group of rank one girls might not even know what a golden body was. How could they understand the meaning of Fong Ping's body glowing gold? It was more satisfying to show off to those who knew the ropes. Showing off to a group of people who already thought he was amazing. There was no sense of accomplishment. Ah! Fong Ping screamed shrilly. That was too much. This is the only hobby I have now. You guys even deprived me of my last hobby. This is too much. He looks so handsome even when he's shouting the president. So cool. Is this a golden body? I don't know. Isn't a golden body a rank 8 grandmaster? Is the president a rank 8? I don't know. The president seemed to be glowing gold a long time ago. Below, the dozens of girls really did not understand this. When Fong Ping was rank 1, he did not even know how to cultivate in the middle ranks, let alone the higher ranks. These little girls could not even flatter him to the point. The more Fong Ping listened, the more miserable he felt. The people of MCMAU were too black-hearted. You should at least leave a few powerhouses behind to introduce them to everyone. Popularize them, explain them. You're a big business. MCMAU has so many things here. You're assured to let some rank 1 stay behind? How generous you are. Who asked you to ruin my good mood? The next moment, Fong Ping was furious. In his anger, dozens of balls of radiant sun suddenly rose in the sky. The balls of radiant sun rose one after another. In the next moment, the entire Magic City was shaken. Some of the rank 9s guarding Magic City could not suppress their auras and began to fluctuate. Magic City House of Governors, Magic City Military Camp. A large group of Grandmaster powerhouses was ready to make a move. They wanted to rob. MCMAU seemed to only have Fong Ping there now. Could they snatch it? Dozens of balls of radiant Sunday. They were none other than divine weapons. The next moment, in the city center, a few powerhouses' auras rose. Huang Jing was sweating profusely. He roared, "Don't move. The vice-chancellor is still in the school. Who dares to go?" Old man Li had already dashed back. Mother****. If he did not go back now, this kid would throw away the divine weapons. That would be a huge loss. Lu Fengru and Tang Feng also rushed back without stopping. What was there to eat? Dozens of divine weapons. What did this kid do? Tang Feng looked sorrowful. Fine, he would admit defeat. The next moment, Tang Feng's slightly sorrowful voice was heard. MCMAU students gather in the school within an hour. At this moment, countless students came out from all over the place and ran toward the school. In the crowd, Qin Fengqin cursing in a low voice. I knew Big Lion was unreliable. I still have to suppress this guy's limelight. Mother****. Now who's suppressing who, don't you know? Money is the boss. Big Lion, this pauper. If he comes up with another rotten idea next time, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Originally, the whole school's teachers and students worked together to suppress a certain arrogant guy, which was rare. He, Qin Fengqin, agreed with both hands and feet. If some students were not willing, he, old Qin, would beat them up and chase them away. Now, forget it. He would admit defeat. When he went back, he still had to continue to act like a grandson. He was really rich. Qin Fengqin's eyes were green. Was he still human? Dozens of divine weapons. What did they do? Robbing Royal City did not have so many, right? Raiding Juapo's lair? No. Did Juapo have so many divine weapons? Could it be that they robbed Polaris City? Thoughts aside, Qin Fengqin roared from afar. Congratulations, President Fong, for killing the enemy and returning. Congratulations to humanity. No matter what this kid did, he would say a few words of flattery before the others spoke. Was this not Fong Ping's taste? A few words of flattery, and he would go to heaven. Later, when he was happy, he could throw dozens of divine weapons at him. That would not matter. As soon as old Qin opened his mouth, people everywhere started shouting, "Congratulations, President, on your return. Congratulations to the President." The whole of Magic City was filled with such voices. Some of the Magic City martial artists' eyes went wide. When did MCMAU's Fong Ping get to this point? Speaking of which, was MCMAU's vice-chancellor or the president? For a moment, some martial artists who had never been to a martial arts university were at a loss. They could not understand the organizational structure of martial arts universities. Could it be that in martial arts universities, the president was more powerful than the vice-chancellor? At the same time, old Wu, who was just about to come out of seclusion, heard those shouts. After some consideration, he decided, forget it. I'll continue my closed-door cultivation. I can't live like this anymore. Now, only closed-door cultivation can make me less hurt. The key was after he came out of closed-door cultivation. What if that kid came to collect on him? Rank 9. To get to this point, I have to enter Juapo. At this moment, Wu Quishan's path was clear. He wanted to enter Juapo, or else he would not be able to survive. Chapter 597. Macmao. On the rooftop of the school archives, Fang Ping was playing with the divine weapons. When Old Man Li and the rest arrived, this was what they saw. Fang Ping was manipulating the divine weapons, arranging them into the one shape, then the person shape, playing with them with relish. Rich and capricious, who had money, would use dozens of divine weapons to arrange formations and play with them. Huang Jing and the rest stared at the divine weapons for a while. Just as they were about to speak, Fang Ping suddenly threw all the divine weapons to Qin Fengqing, who was about to grab one and leave in midair. Qin Fengqing was stunned. So capricious? All for me? At this moment, Qin Fengqing was really stunned. 22, all for me. I'm overwhelmed. Qin Fengqing was scared out of his wits. Was Fang Ping crazy? Fang Ping was not crazy. Seeing Qin Fengqing's blank expression, he smiled and said, Old Qin, all 22 divine weapons are for you. Call me Master Fang. Master Fang. Qin Fengqing was straightforward, without any hesitation. He was rich. After shouting without another word, he turned around and ran. He was afraid that Fang Ping was teasing him. In the end, he ran. Fang Ping did not chase after him. This time, everyone was stunned. He really gave them to that kid. Fang Ping chuckled and said, Instructors, don't look at me like that. I'm a generous person. Of course, I gave them to him to satisfy his craving. Those 22 divine weapons are all Minister Zhang's. If he loses one, Minister Zhang can beat him up. He decided to give 12 as labor fees. Old Yao's 10, exactly 22, all belonged to Old Zhang. Cough, cough, cough. A few grandmasters could not help but cough. This kid was evil. In the distance, Qin Fengqing, who had run a distance away, was actually listening. When he heard this, he broke down instantly. Damn bad guy. Would I dare to steal old Zhang's things? Normal people's things were fine, but Zhang Tao was a peerless powerhouse. If he stole old Zhang's things, he could forget about living in the human world. No, he could not even survive in the catacombs. The only place he could escape was probably the Forbidden Sea. Everyone saw Qin Fengqing landing on another building, touching the divine weapons in a daze. They could not help but laugh. Old Man Li smiled and asked, This time you've caused quite a bit of trouble. Did you offend the top? 22 divine weapons were all given to Zhang Tao. How troublesome would that be? It was not like he did not know Fang Ping. If someone said that he had lent his divine weapon to old Zhang, he might have believed it. However, the meaning of his words just now was obviously to give it away. This meant that he would be in huge trouble. Absolute peak! Fang Ping sighed and said helplessly, I've finally seen it for myself this time. This time in the King Battleground, I saw 10 paragons. Isn't he awesome? Including Zhang Tao and the others, there were indeed 10 of them. Previously, there were 8 of them. Later on, 2 more came. Had the people present seen the 10 absolute pinnacles before? There was no need to brag about anything else. Just talking about the number of people at the top, Fang Ping felt that most rank 9s were not as knowledgeable as he was. As expected, when he said that, Old Man Li and the rest were indeed stunned. The troublemaker was really good at stirring up trouble. It wasn't easy for him to come back alive. They did not ask in detail. Just as Old Man Li was about to speak again, Fang Ping suddenly said with a straight face, I've been in MCMEU for 2 years. I've gone from being ignorant to now, when I'm about to enter a high rank. I'm indebted to all the instructors' love and care. In the past, it was always the instructors who took care of me and held up the sky for me. Now I'm about to enter a high rank. I've forged a golden body, and have the ability to hold up the sky for the instructors. This time, I've killed dozens of rank 7 martial artists. In the future, I'll work even harder and harder to repay all the instructors." Everyone was silent. Huang Jing hesitated for a while, then said in a half-crying, half-laughing manner, "Good kid, you're a good kid. But let's not talk about this today. We've just come back." He knew that he could not avoid this. Here it came. 2 years ago, high rank killed dozens of rank 7 martial artists. Was it necessary to mention this as soon as he came back? Was it necessary? They were all helpless. Tang Feng had an expression that said he already knew what he was going to say. If he did not know that this kid was annoying, would he have run away with the others? Jokes aside, Old Manly looked at him for a while and nodded slightly. "Your strength has indeed improved greatly. Although it's a little worse than my rank 6, it's still not bad." Everyone looked at Fang Ping, then at Old Manly. After a while, Tang Feng and Huang Jing looked at Lu Fengru. "Don't say that Fang Ping is your student in the future. How is this your student? He's obviously the same as Li Changsheng. Look at the way these two are bragging. They're carved from the same mold." Lu Fengru did not say anything. "You guys can look at me however you want. I'll pretend that I didn't see it. When can you achieve rank 7? Lu Fengru did not give these two shameless people a chance to flatter each other, interrupting with a question. Fang Ping calculated for a while, then said about 10 days or so. "If I take 2 more days to settle some things, it'll be almost August. Coincidentally, it's my 20th birthday in August. I've told Minister Zhang that I'll invite him to my Grandmaster banquet. Instructor, if you have any relatives or friends, it'd be best if they're all Grandmasters. Invite them too." They were having a headache. Huang Jing was really helpless. Why do you have to bring up these things for everything? However, thinking that this kid was going to achieve rank 7 very soon, before he could finish thinking, Fang Ping said, "I've achieved rank 7 this time. I don't know if I can be ranked first among rank 7, but I don't think it's possible. The 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association keep suppressing me. Maybe they won't even put me in the top 10. But it's okay. When I kill a rank 8 one day, the 2 presidents will have to be more careful when they go out. Cough, cough, cough." Lu Fengru coughed softly, saying, "All right, enough with the nonsense. Tell us, what's the situation at the King battlefield this time? As for being first among rank 7, top 10 among rank 7, could he take care of everyone?" She had to inform the Martial Arts Association later. If they dared to put Fang Ping in front of her, ask Wu Quishan to beat them up. She could not afford to embarrass herself like that. If this kid really surpassed her after graduation, she would not care. In the end, after 2 years in MCMAU, he surpassed her. It was simply breaking her down. Fang Ping saw that her expression was not friendly. He laughed dryly and did not say anything else. He was not in a hurry to talk about the King battlefield. Fang Ping looked down at the many students who were rushing over and said loudly, "Everyone has worked hard. The energy room has 10 hours of cultivation time. Everyone has it. Long live the president." Tang Feng and the others watched him perform. After waiting for the students to leave, satisfied, Tang Feng thought for a while and said, "Fang Ping, don't let everyone rely on you. This is not a good thing. We can understand that you want everyone to become stronger, and we are also very pleased. However, if you blindly throw resources at them, the result may not be the martial artists we want." Fang Ping nodded. He glanced at the students who were leaving and said slowly, "I know that if we throw resources at them like this, they may become vitality martial artists in the end. Moreover, to be honest, if this goes on, they may not be grateful. They may think that I'm doing it for their own good. Some of the more extreme ones might have already cursed me countless times in their hearts. Martial artists are all proud. This kind of pride is slowly being erased by me," Fang Ping said and laughed. "Perhaps a lot of people think that he's eating out of pity. He may shout that the president is mighty, but in his heart he's feeling inferior and angry, thinking that I've humiliated them. Then why did you? Actually, it's simple. I'm just improving their strength first. At least they have some foundation, so they won't be finished the moment they enter the catacombs. As he said that, Fong Ping said in a low voice, "Instructors, in a few days I want to start a war." Their pupils shrank. Fong Ping continued, "The final battle with Skygate City. I've waited for this day for too long, and all of you have waited even longer. Generations of MCMAU martial artists have been waiting, and we've been suffering." Fong Ping's eyes were cold as he said, "Back then, when I first entered the catacombs, I will never forget everything that happened. The old vice-chancellor died in battle at the hands of Skygate City. A few seniors and instructors died in battle in front of me. Even if they died, we didn't dare to take their bodies back. So many people were buried in the southern area, so many memorial tablets in the school archives. 99% of them were made by Skygate City. How many years has it been? We've waited for too long. Now, if Skygate City wants to leave, it won't be that easy. Their hatred is as deep as the sea. How can we let them go just like that? They have to ask if MCMAU agrees to it. Ask if the thousands of MCMAU heroic souls who died in battle in the catacombs agree to it. Therefore, this battle must be fought, even if there are casualties. MCMAU students also need to see blood, the blood of their enemies. Originally, our strength was not enough, so I wanted to do it step by step. But now our strength has skyrocketed, so we have to fight a big battle. We can't suppress the catacombs, but we have the strength and ability to annihilate a city." As soon as he said that, Lu Fengers said sternly, "I will never let that beast escape." Fight. Tang Feng's emotions fluctuated, his vitality surging. Could they fight? Yes. He had waited for this day for too long. He did not expect Fong Ping to bring it up today. Could they fight? Yes. In terms of high-end strength, MCMAU was already not inferior to Skygate City. As for the middle ranks, Skygate City had suffered serious damage. MCMAU was not inferior to Skygate City. Now, the difference between the two sides was a large number of low-ranked martial artists. However, once the high-end strength decided the outcome, these large numbers of low-ranked martial artists could not change anything. MCMAU had been founded in 61 years. The deaths of students and instructors were almost all caused by Skygate City. Who here did not have a grudge against Skygate City? Huang Jing was also excited. Were they going to fight Skygate City? Could they avenge their instructor? "Instructor, did you see that?" Just as everyone was getting excited, Fong Ping suddenly chuckled and said, "Don't get excited, everyone. I'm just saying, bang." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Grandmasters attacked one after another, hammering him violently. "Bastard, you have a death wish. Do you think we won't hate you just because you forged a fake golden body?" Fong Ping, who had been hammered, looked helpless. He said, "Instructors, wait for me to finish. I'm just informing the instructors in advance. The preparatory work hasn't been done yet. How can we do it just like that? Besides, the Vice-Chancellor isn't here yet. We're just talking. How can we ignore him?" Fong Ping said with a sigh. "It's not easy for the Vice-Chancellor. I don't have the right to lead this matter. The Vice-Chancellor has to step in. Only the Vice-Chancellor has the ability and strength to lead all of this. Besides, if the Vice-Chancellor doesn't agree, the military department won't cooperate with us and let us do whatever we want. Instructors, the Vice-Chancellor is the pillar of our school. He's the backbone of our school. He's the one who carries the school. With the Vice-Chancellor around, we can only be at ease. The Vice-Chancellor has put in so much blood and sweat for the school all these years. His hair has turned white. The students see it with their own eyes and feel sorry for him. I'll have to seek the Vice-Chancellor's opinion on this matter. If the Vice-Chancellor says to fight, then we'll fight even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. If the vice-chancellor says he won't fight, no matter how impulsive the students are, they won't do something like this. Behind him, Wu Quishan put down his outstretched palm. He glared at Tang Feng and the others, snorted coldly, and floated away. Motherf *her, this was too much. They were about to start a school-wide battle. These fellows did not even ask for his opinion, and wanted to fight on their own. What did they think they were doing? This was too much. Old Wu was about to fly into a rage and chop someone up. Fortunately, Fong Ping knew his place and did not continue. Otherwise, he would have killed the chicken to warn the monkey. He could not beat his wife, and the others were not easy to deal with either. However, taking care of Fong Ping was not a problem. Old Wu left. Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He had gotten carried away. He had almost been beaten up by Old Wu. Fortunately, Old Wu's piercing gaze sent a chill down his spine and woke him up. Of course, he had to wait for Old Wu to decide on such a big matter. After Old Wu left, the others coughed dryly. Motherf *her, they had almost been fooled by this kid to the point of being hot-blooded. No, it was embarrassing. This kind of thing could not be started just because they wanted to. Pre-battle preparations, pre-battle mobilization. This included the military department's response, support, and top-notch responses. These were not even prepared yet. What was the rush? Everyone was clear-headed and rational now. Lu Fengru did not ask about the King battleground anymore. She said, "Give us a good report tomorrow," and quickly left with the others. Fong Ping suspected that Lu Fengru had gone to comfort Old Wu. At this time, Old Wu must be very sad and sorrowful. The school was going to war with the feud, but no one asked him about it. How sad. After Lu Fengru and the others left, Qin Fengqing walked over, carrying a bunch of weapons. He was all smiles. Fong Ping, before he could finish, Fong Ping gave him a look and said with some disdain, "Peak rank 5. Qin Fengqing's expression froze. "You've been gone for so many days. I thought you were at least rank 6. You're only peak rank 5? Old Yao is rank 7. I'm almost there too. I'm still golden body rank 7. Old Wang and Iron Head will be able to achieve mentality-vitality fusion very soon. It'll happen this month. Everyone is improving rapidly. In the end, you're only peak rank 5? Fong Ping looked regretful and sympathetic. Before this, when Qin Fengqing left, he was almost peak rank 5. He left even before the youth tournament. It had been almost 2 months. His improvement was so slow. Qin Fengqing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Did they have to attack him like this? Was peak rank 5 really that weak? It was very soon, okay. In order to regain his dignity, Qin Fengqing said immediately, "Rank 6 is almost there. I've almost located the Sanjiao Gate. I've only killed a few rank 17s this time." Qin Fengqing was powerless. He said helplessly, "The Beijiang catacombs are too poor. I've killed a lot of them, but I didn't get much good stuff. Fong Ping, you have so many divine weapons. Lend me one. I'll go to the catacombs again." "No, you'll reach rank 6 first." As Fong Ping said that, he glanced at him and asked curiously, "Why is your vitality so strong?" A rank 5 martial artist's vitality was 4,000 calories. It was not much more. This guy, his vitality was almost 5,000 calories, right? Speaking of this, Qin Fengqing grinned. The soil last time had a good effect. It helped a lot in honing the body. That thing seems to have a lot of messy stuff. I think there's even imperishable substances. This? Fong Ping's hands glowed with golden light. He said casually, "Imperishable substances don't have such a good effect, right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Fengqing bit down on them. In the end, there was a crack. His teeth were almost shattered by Fong Ping's palm. "Idiot." Fong Ping's face was full of disdain. "I can say arrogantly now, even if I stand here and let you chop me, you won't be able to kill me. Back then, Old Man Li had said this to him. Qin Fengqing looked at him, drooling. Imperishable substances. There was no justice in this world. This guy could actually produce imperishable substances. Moreover, the kind that could appear at any time. This was a higher level than Iron Head and the rest. It was too awesome. If he ate a little every day, would he not turn himself into a semi-golden body? Despite his drooling, Qin Fengqing deliberately ignored this. He said sneakily, I'm almost rank 6, Fangping. That. When are we going to duel cultivate? Bang! Fangping punched him and sent him flying. After a while, Qin Fengqing flew back. His face was sorrowful. He said, helplessly, just like Iron Head and the rest, I know you have a way. Help me. Who are we? Why would I reveal your secret? Besides, I'm too weak. You'll be ashamed too, won't you? Fangping was amused. What does your weakness have to do with me? Our bloodlines are similar. You don't want to be ashamed anymore, do you? It's true. Think about it yourself. When you came to MCMAU, who was the first person you met? You, that's right. It's a mysterious attraction. At that time, I had just come out of the catacombs. Why didn't I care about anyone but you? At that time, you weren't even a martial artist. I was a rank 3 martial artist. Tell me, would a rank 3 martial artist care about an aspiring martial artist? I would care about you. Why? All of this is fate's arrangement. Fangping, do you think we're fated? Qin Fengqing's face was full of anticipation. How fated we are! Even if we're not related by blood, fate has arranged for us to be together. Can you watch me fall behind? Fangping could not help but laugh. After a moment of deliberation, he said, There's no free lunch in this world. You should break through to rank 6 first. When you've reached rank 6, MCMAU might have a big battle. If you make a great contribution, I'll think about it. Don't. Increase my ability first. Won't I be able to make a bigger contribution this way? Besides, I'll see after I break through. Qin Fengqing was helpless. After some thought, he asked, The big battle is with Sky Gate City? Yes. Qin Fengqing's eyes moved. He nodded and said, I understand. Don't worry. I'll break through to rank 6 as soon as possible. A big battle with Sky Gate City. This was more important than anything else. Qin Fengqing left as quickly as he came. Before he left, he did not care about the divine weapons anymore. He tossed them to Song Ingji, who had just rushed back to the university. Old Song was stunned. Divine weapons. He had never seen so many divine weapons in his life. In the end, Qin Fengqing tossed them to him casually. Fangping also said casually, put them in the warehouse, and did not care about them anymore. These guys, did they not care about divine weapons at all? Were they not afraid that he would abscond with the money? Or did they really trust him that much? Song Ingji sensed for a while and waited for a while. After making sure that no one was watching him, his face was blank. Do I have such a reputation in MCMAU? Dozens of divine weapons were tossed to him casually. How much trust did they have in him? At this moment, Old Song could not tell what he was feeling. That kid, Fangping, was all talk. Look at how much trust he had in himself. He had scolded this kid countless times. Now that he thought about it, Song Ingji felt embarrassed. He was already 50 years old, yet he was still fussing over these things with a kid. With a strong sense of satisfaction, Song Ingji decided not to let everyone down. He brought the dozens of divine weapons and sent them to the warehouse. Everyone trusted him and felt that he was trustworthy. Would Song Ingji really do something like embezzlement? That would be too much of a waste. In reality, Fangping, who had already gone back to sleep, did not have any thoughts. It was fine if Old Song did not go to the warehouse. It did not matter if he brought them along. It was just an errand. Old Song thought too much. Putting aside the fact that MCMAU had a lot of grandmasters who would dare to steal Zhang Tao's things, Qin Fengqing was a guy who valued money more than his life. Once he knew that it was Zhang Tao's things, he immediately treated the divine weapons as trash. Chapter 598. It really wasn't because I got first place. Recently, my condition hasn't been too good. I keep getting stuck, and I'd stop writing halfway. I still want to explain a little more, so that everyone can understand. After getting first place, it's even easier to earn money. There's no reason to cut down on updates at this time. I should take this opportunity to explode. How could I not earn money when there's money to be earned? However, I really don't have the strength to do so. It's like this again today. I get dizzy halfway through writing. That's all for today. I'll find time to pay back what I owe. Thank you everyone for your understanding. Global High Martial Arts Sad Despair. Everyone, hit gently currently in the middle of typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 599. The next day, July 19th, Fang Ping had just gotten off the phone with his family when big news came from the outside world. Yao Chengjun has broken through to Grandmaster. A 22-year-old master. He broke the historical record. It's a pity that Grandmaster Yao is graduating this year. Otherwise, he'd be the first Grandmaster in the history of martial arts universities. The news spread like wildfire. Although the Grandmaster leaderboard hadn't been updated yet, the news came from the top military academy. The Grandmasters of the top military academy were shocked when they heard that Yao Qingjun had returned. Before this, everyone was still shocked that Yu Fangping had returned to MCMAU with a golden body. But in the blink of an eye, the top military academy found out that their academy's Yao Qingjun had actually become a Grandmaster. This news was shocking. Yao Qingjun had only been a rank 5 before, at least when he participated in the youth tournament. Only a little more than a month had passed, and he had become a rank 7 from rank 5. This was simply a fantasy. 22 years old, he had broken Li Zhen's record as a Grandmaster. Li Zhen became a Grandmaster at the age of 25, making him the youngest Grandmaster in the current record. Now, Yao Qingjuan's breakthrough had reduced this age by 3 years. While the outside world was busy with the news, MCMAU had also started to spread the news. For a moment, many people started comparing Yao Qingjun and Fang Ping. When Old Manly saw Fang Ping again, he teased, "What are your thoughts?" Fang Ping did not think much of it. He smiled and said, "What feelings can I have? In a few days, this record will be broken. A 20-year-old Grandmaster. I've shortened it by another 2 years. I'm still the first Grandmaster in school. Let old Yao be happy for a few days." Old Manly could not help but laugh. That was true. If Fang Ping did not say that he was a rank 6 now, no one would be able to tell that he was a rank 6 martial artist. This also meant that Fang Ping was only 1 step away from rank 7. Thinking of this, Old Manly thought for a while and said, "When your life gate is closed, you'll undergo a transformation and achieve rank 7 directly. Do you have any hope of achieving middle stage rank 7? I don't know. Let's wait and see." Fang Ping did not know what level he would achieve after achieving rank 7. Before rank 7, mentality was the key. His mentality was now above 1,500 Hz, and he could still increase it by force. Perhaps he could become even stronger. After breaking through to rank 7, the life gate would close and there would be a feedback. By then, his mentality should be able to reach 2,000 Hz and above. This also meant that his mental strength would reach the middle stage of level 7, and his physical body would barely reach level 8. With such strength, it was not easy to use realms to classify it. While they were chatting, the other Grandmasters arrived as well. This time, Wu Quishan arrived as well. As soon as he arrived, the 3 courts began to conduct a joint hearing. Last night, no one asked about the Martial King battlefield. Now that they heard that Yao Qingjun had broken through to rank 7, everyone was very surprised. They also wanted to know what had happened in the martial king battlefield. Half an hour later, Fong Ping recounted what had happened. After listening to Fong Ping's words, Wu Quishan was slightly surprised. The unification of 10,000 Daos is not a dead end. Fong Ping nodded. Then, a golden corpse appeared out of thin air in front of him. This senior is the remains of a human senior that I found in the king battlefield. Principal, look, even though this senior has been dead for more than 1,000 years, his vitality is still soaring. Isn't it very similar to Teacher Li? Old man Li rolled his eyes. I'm more like you. I'm not dead yet. After all, he was a human senior. The few of them bowed slightly to show respect. Then Wu Quishan went forward to investigate, muttering, Indeed, his physique is very strong, and his vitality is very abundant. Speaking of which, it is indeed somewhat similar to longevity, but it's not the unification of 10,000 Daos. This senior has cultivated mentality. According to what you said, he did not specialize in vitality, but vitality and vitality fusion. However, his mentality shouldn't be too strong. I can only say that he mainly cultivated vitality and secondarily cultivated mentality. This was the second human corpse that Fong Ping found. The other party mainly cultivated vitality. Even though he had been dead for many years, his vitality did not dissipate. Fong Ping did not say much. Another corpse appeared in front of him. This was the first human martial artist that he found, the one who might be called Liu Yang. Wu Quishan frowned slightly at the sight of the two dazzling golden remains. Ancient martial artists were indeed very powerful. These two were both rank 9 powerhouses. When they were alive, he might not be able to match them. After checking again, Wu Quishan said, It's not the unification of 10,000 Daos either. The strength of his physique is average. I feel like it's slightly weaker than mine. Strictly speaking, it's only comparable to the strength of my golden body when I was peak rank 8. However, this senior had probably entered rank 9 before he passed away. As soon as he said that, the few of them looked at each other. Old Man Li said, This means that the other party's physique cultivation is not as strong as ours, but he still stepped into rank 9. It should be caused by mentality. Ancient martial artists have mentality cultivation methods. This should really exist. Because of the slow improvement of mentality for modern martial artists, the advancement of their realms was limited. At this time, they would mainly cultivate their golden body at rank 8. The golden body strength of modern rank 8 powerhouses was very strong. According to Liu Yang's golden body strength, his physique strength was comparable to the physique strength of some peak rank 8 powerhouses now. Through this, the few of them had also confirmed that ancient martial artists should have mentality cultivation methods. Since there was this, then there might be a cultivation method for the unification of 10,000 Daos. Although they knew, the few of them were not too excited. Even Old Man Li did not seem to be excited. Where was the ancient martial arts cultivation method? The bounded domain? Li Zhen and the others could not get it. If they did, they would have told everyone long ago. Now that there was no news, these peerless powerhouses would not know that ancient martial artists had mentality cultivation methods. If Fong Ping could bring back 2 ancient martial artists' remains, they could too. Li Zhen had even been to the bounded domain. If that was the case, then it meant that he did not get the cultivation method. Old Man Li was not surprised. He said with a smile, It shouldn't be that easy. Ancient martial artists are different from us. Back then, the inheritance of cultivation methods should still be extremely secretive and important. Modern cultivation methods are spread everywhere because the modern environment is different. Back then, everyone treasured it. Even their own family members might not pass it on. When they perished, it was possible that the cultivation method was destroyed directly. Don't be too concerned about this. As he said that, Old Man Li looked at the remains with surging vitality. After thinking for a while, he said, This vitality force is not mixed with any life aura. Is this the sourceless vitality that you were talking about? Such a strong vitality force does have a significant auxiliary cultivation effect. Not only can it seal the Sanjiao Gate, rank 4 and 5 martial artists can borrow this vitality force to hone their internal organs. The effect should be good too. It should be good for martial artists of the 3 lower ranks to help hone their bones too. It's a waste for martial artists of the 3 lower ranks to use rank 9 vitality to hone their bones. The few of them spoke one after another. Very soon, Wu Quishan looked at Fang Ping and said, "This is the remains of human seniors after all. Now that Sino Nation martial artists need to enhance their strength, vitality force can be borrowed. As for the 2 seniors' remains, let's enshrine them in the school archives." Fang Ping nodded and said, "I have no objections. As for the seniors' vitality force, I don't think we should let rank 5 and 6 martial artists use it. Those martial artists won't improve much after using it. I think it's better to let all the peak rank 3 martial artists in the school gather and then use this force to achieve rank 4. A rank 9 powerhouse's vitality is incomparably powerful. Although there isn't much left now, it's enough for hundreds of peak rank 3 martial artists to build the Celestial Bridge quickly." This was also Fang Ping's initial plan. He did not need this. As for the other rank 6 martial artists, this vitality force might only be enough for them to seal 1 Sanjiao Gate. Instead of letting a rank 6 advance a little, it was better to let the rank 3 martial artists in the school break through as much as possible. Especially among the instructors, there were still many rank 3 martial artists. Fang Ping felt that there should not be any rank 3 martial artists among MCMAU's instructors, be it social sciences or martial sciences instructors. After hearing what Fang Ping said, Wu Quishan's face revealed a gratified expression. Then he said in a low voice, lifeless vitality, "Do you think we can convert it ourselves? If it was possible, then with their great strength and incomparably strong vitality, it would be enough to help everyone cultivate quickly." Fang Ping heard that and shook his head. He was afraid there was no chance. If it was really possible, the paragons would have done it long ago. When vitality entered his body, it would carry the life origin force. It was the same for him, including the vitality force produced by the system. When he helped others cultivate, he did not rely on the lifeless vitality force. Instead, he used conversion to make himself and others of the same origin. These two were different concepts. Knowing that there was probably no chance, Wu Quishan did not continue this topic. Beside him, Lu Fengru took a look at Fang Ping and said in a low voice, "It was too risky this time. Although the rewards were not small, if the minister and the others did not go at that time, I'm afraid you wouldn't have passed so easily. Also, you are not allowed to go to the bounded zone anymore. Even the Paragon powerhouses went there in extreme danger. They could not get the cultivation method, but you can get it if you go. Li Changxing is not dead yet. It's not too late to talk about this when he's almost dead." When Fang Ping talked about the cultivation method, including the token, everyone guessed that he might have some plans. However, going to the bounded zone was too dangerous. The last time Fang Ping and the others went, they did not even enter the inner area and almost got into big trouble. This time, they wanted to go to the inner area to get the cultivation method. The ancient people's cultivation method was not passed down casually. It was probably more dangerous than the king's battleground. Old Man Li chuckled and said, "Kid, you don't have to take the risk. When the date comes, I'll go there myself. Maybe I'll have some opportunities. This old man is comparable to a rank 9 after all. Do I need you to worry about this on my behalf? As long as you have the heart. Oh, right, where's the storage jade pendant? Let me see." Fang Ping took out the jade pendant. The few of them examined it. Wu Quishan nodded and said, "It's a good thing, but it feels a little rough. It shouldn't be considered a high-quality item. But it can be stored. It's already beyond expectations." As for Fang Ping, he probably had one more. No one asked about this. Even a fool would know that such a small place could not hold 2 skeletons. Fong Ping had never mentioned this before, so they did not ask either. In fact, everyone had guessed that Fong Ping had storage equipment. Wu Quishan did not talk about this. He glanced at Fong Ping a few times and said in a low voice, "There's no need to take the risk again and again. This time, if the minister and warlord did not go to pick them up, what would you do? According to what you said, the king's battleground can't stay for long. You haven't found the weakness of the boundary wall in other directions. How are you going to get out? Even if you get out, are you going to wander in the restricted zone alone? There are so many peerless powerhouses in the restricted zone. There are countless high ranks. Are you sure you can survive forever? You have to think before you act. It's better to be alive than dead." Fong Ping nodded and said, "It won't happen next time." Everyone sighed softly. This was the same thing every time. He still did what he was supposed to do. Whose advice did this kid listen to? Don't go to the king's battleground if you can. You have to be careful when you go to the Outland. In the past, there was no movement from Monster Life Clan. However, you said that Ji Yao is Monster Life Clan's princess. If that's the case, it's not impossible for your wanted poster to appear in Monster Life Clan City in the Outland. Some of your information will also be leaked. Don't sneak into Royal City easily in the future. Otherwise, the other party may set up a trap to kill you. Wu Quishan still said a few more words. Don't think that you'll be safe once you get out of the restricted zone. There were many Monster Life Clan cities in the Outland. A little carelessness and you'll be surrounded and killed. Even if Fong Ping had reached rank 7 and forged a golden body, it did not mean that he was invincible in the Outland. Rank 8 martial artists would not find it difficult to kill Fong Ping, let alone a rank 9. As for Fong Ping saying that he still had many divine weapons, Wu Quishan did not say anything. Today, every MCMAU Grandmaster had a divine weapon. Rank 6 martial artists using divine weapons were actually just SOSO. The materials were better, but the increase in combat strength was limited. At this time, he also did not recommend Fong Ping to give everyone divine weapons. If something happened and it was taken away, it would not be a good thing. Without asking anything else, Wu Quishan said, "Since you're about to break through, then go into closed-door cultivation to break through. Don't delay it. Skygate City is still in the process of migration. Old Huang and I will enter the catacombs these 2 days and keep them occupied. As for killing them or something else..." Wu Quishan was slightly hesitant. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'll report to the military department and wait for their reply. Also, if we really start a big battle, I'm afraid the casualties will not be small. This matter still needs to be approved by MCMAU instructors and students. It can't be decided on a whim." Fong Ping nodded and said, "At least we have to be prepared for this. Vice-Chancellor, start summoning all the instructors and students to return. Take advantage of this time to improve some strength. Weapons, pills, and other rations must also be in place. Recently, facilities such as the Energy Room and Vitality Pool have been opened up for everyone to use. Even if we don't carry out a big battle, it's also a good thing for everyone to improve their strength. All right." Wu Quishan did not say anything else. Many of MCMAU's instructors and students were in various catacombs now. Some were even in closed-door cultivation. This time, summoning all the instructors and students to return, he also had to make some announcements. After talking with Wu Quishan and the others for a while, Fong Ping went to the Martial Arts Society again. There were very few people in the Martial Arts Society now. Chun Yinchi was not in the Martial Arts Society. Recently, she had been going in and out of the catacombs frequently. Fong Ping asked about it. In the days that he was away, Chen Yinchi came back once and broke through to peak rank 4. Within 2 days of coming back, she left the university again. Not only Chen Yinchi, but most of the others did the same. There were very few middle-ranked students in the university now. Fong Ping did not say anything more. On the night of the 19th, Fong Ping began closed-door cultivation. while Fang Ping was in closed-door cultivation. On the 19th, MCMAU issued a recall order to all instructors and students. At the end of July, all the instructors and students returned to MCMAU. As soon as the recall order was issued, MCMAU instructors and students from all over the country returned one after another. For a while, the outside world was speculating whether MCMAU was up to something big. Just as MCMAU's recall order was issued, Education Department, Zhang Tao rubbed his forehead. Peak was also troublesome. MCMAU's strength had skyrocketed in the past 2 years. This was a good thing, but it was also a troublesome thing. MCMAU was actually preparing to intercept Sky Gate City's migration and annihilate Skygate City. According to Wu Quishan's report, this time, MCMAU was the main force, but he hoped that the government could help them block other troubles. This so-called other troubles naturally were troubles in other cities and Peak. This was not a small matter. King Huai said to give up a territory. Could it be that he wants to choose Magic City's catacombs? Zhang Tao was a little hesitant. Soon, Zhang Tao's figure moved. In the next moment, he appeared in a small courtyard. In the courtyard, Li Zhan was drinking tea. He was not surprised by Zhang Tao's arrival. He said lightly, "About MCMAU?" "Yes, MCMAU's strength has increased greatly. At this time, it's still in a period of rapid development. In another 2 years, it can play a greater role. I know, but Skygate City wants to migrate." "Skygate City wants to leave," Zhang Tao said, then said, "MCMAU and Skygate City have been fighting for 60 years. Now that Skygate City wants to leave, they won't agree." Li Zhan was silent for a moment, then said, "Unless it's agreed in advance, there are too many variables in this city-destroying war. We also can't transfer so much strength to help MCMAU complete this purge. Magic City's 13 cities in the catacombs. If there's no agreement and a city-destroying war breaks out, the 13 cities will come out in full force." After saying that, Li Zhan said slowly, "We should bear with it. In my opinion, we should use the territory promised by King Huai on the Forbidden Passage. The Wuan army has been stationed here for many years. It's more suitable to complete the purge in this territory." Zhang Tao said slowly, "Is there a compromise? How about we ask the subduing Heavenly King to step in?" Li Zhen looked at him and said calmly, "If that's the case, Skygate City will know everything in advance and will make preparations in advance. If it really comes to that, it'll be a life and death battle between the two sides. Even if MCMAU wins, it'll be a heavy loss. Is it worth it?" Skygate City's retreat actually means that they've lost the idea of continuing the fierce battle. At this time, my opinion is still to have one less enemy, if possible. Actually, it's not suitable to start a war like this now. Li Zhen was in the pro-war faction, but in his opinion, even if MCMAU destroyed Skygate City, it would have no impact on the overall situation, and they would still suffer heavy losses. At that time, the losses outweighed the gains, and it might not be a good thing. "I know that." Zhang Tao nodded and said, "But MCMAU is eager to fight. If we really let Skygate City go, it might not be a good thing for MCMAU to accumulate so many years of hatred in the hearts of Wu Quishan and the others." Li Zhen sighed and said slowly, "Zhang Tao, it's not suitable to start a war now. The battle in Tiannan has just ended." "Yes, I know what you mean." Zhang Tao was silent for a moment, then said, "I'll use my ultimate origin technique in exchange for a wisp of Heavenly King's origin energy, and use this wisp of origin energy to bet with King Huai again." "Huh. Bet on the outcome between MCMAU and Skygate City." Zhang Tao said calmly, "Neither side will intervene, neither side will help. Let them decide the outcome. And at the same time, bet on that giant mine in Skygate City." Li Zhen's expression changed. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Why bother? Zhang Tao, elder ancestor. Didn't Heavenly King want to take the third path? My Zhang Tao's origin energy is not weak. Will Heavenly King attack me again? If he really attacks me, I might not be a match. Elder Ancestor won't do that. Then it's fine. As long as Heavenly King agrees, I'll use my ultimate origin technique in exchange for this wisp of origin energy. King Huai has always wanted this, but he can't resist the temptation. Zhang Tao said, then smiled. This is also a baptism for MCMAU. Maybe after this, MCMAU will have the hope of giving birth to a new peak. You mean Wu Quishan, Li Changsheng, and Fang Ping all have hope? Zhang Tao laughed. Wu Quishan has hatred, enmity, and resentment. If he doesn't kill Skygate City's lord, his future will be difficult. Although Li Changxing walked the path of unification, it's not impossible to break the taboo. As for Fang Ping, although his ability is still weak, there's still hope. This battle must be fought. This is a baptism for the whole of MCMAU. Even if we lose, Zhang Tao paused, then said, under the heavy casualties, those who survived should also be stimulated and baptized. MCMAU is not strong, still very weak. With countless casualties, will the remaining people still be as impetuous as they are now? The current MCMAU is becoming more impetuous, and this is not a good thing. In the whole of Sino Nation, martial arts were not the top combat strength before. However, the current MCMAU had changed this situation. A school with 2 rank 9s. A school like this, with this kind of combat strength, could be considered the top combat strength in the whole of Sino Nation. However, the current MCMAU had been immersed in its current strength, and Zhang Tao felt that this was not a good thing. This time, in the war with the enemy, regardless of the outcome, a new MCMAU would be forged. Aren't you afraid of repeating the mistakes of CCMAU? Back then, a war like this had also broken out in CCMAU. Since then, it had not recovered, and now it had lost its position as the top elite school. War did not necessarily make people grow. Let's try. Time is limited. Either we perish or we explode. Suppressing it all the time may not be a good thing. Li Zhen did not say anything else and nodded. Since Zhang Tao was willing to exchange his origin ultimate technique for the progenitor's origin chi, the progenitor would not refuse. It was not really a loss, but the origin chi given by the progenitor might not contain information about the origin path. Speaking of which, it was still Zhang Tao's loss. In the end, if MCMAU lost, and lost the origin chi to King Huai, not only would Zhang Tao lose MCMAU's combat strength, but he would also lose his origin ultimate technique. That would be a huge loss. However, once a desperate realm powerhouse had a plan, others could not change it. Li Zhen did not persuade him, and Zhang Tao did not mention this matter either. Suddenly he laughed and said, "That kid Fang Ping is preparing to break through to rank 7. He's holding a banquet and invited you. Are you going?" Li Zhen laughed and shook his head. "I'm not going." "Zhang Tao, don't be too lax. Something might happen." "That might not be true." Zhang Tao had already left, disappearing without a trace. As soon as he left, Li Zhen murmured, "So optimistic? These kids, and the ones before, are a little different." At this moment, Li Zhen also had some ideas. Did Zhang Tao discover something? However, these resurrected martial artists were all martial arts university people and also Zhang Tao's people. Now that Zhang Tao was paying attention, he could not ask any more. Chapter 600. Macmao. The teachers and students returned one after another, downstairs of the school archives. Fu Chongding looked at Fang Ping, who was standing on the rooftop with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. After a while, he asked, "How many days has he been standing there?" Tang Wen hurriedly said, "It's been 3 days." On the other side, Zhao Lei said tiredly, he went into seclusion on the 19th and appeared on the rooftop on the 25th. It's said that he's comprehending heaven and earth. It's been 3 days, and he still hasn't finished comprehending. Tang Wen thought for a moment and helped to explain, the Grand Master Realm requires one to comprehend the Tao. My dad said that the headmaster was comprehending some Tao before. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Lei began to doubt himself. Am I gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure? But this guy was really a show-off. Also, although there was wind on the rooftop, that guy was almost at level 7. Could the wind make his clothes flutter like a fairy? As they were chatting, Qin Fengqin passed by. He passed by once, but no one greeted him. He passed by for the second time, but no one greeted him. At this moment, Qin Fengqin's expression was ugly. Am I that insignificant? Lifting his head to look at Fang Ping, Qin Fengqin gritted his teeth. This bastard has always been in the limelight. This time it's my turn. After thinking for a moment, Qin Fengqin suddenly soared into the sky. In the next moment, 3 illusory doors appeared in the sky. Below, someone said hurriedly, breakthrough to rank 6? Who is that? Senior brother Qin. It's time to call him Teacher Qin. Oh, that's true. Is Teacher Qin going to break through to level 6? But why did Mr. Qin go to the president's place to make a breakthrough? I wonder if it would be easier to break through by staying by the president's side? It can't be. It's hard to say. I heard that Grand Master Yao's breakthrough had a lot to do with the president. If that's the case, the next time we're about to make a breakthrough, we should go to the president's side as well. These people discussed animatedly. In the air, Qin Fengqin was arrogant. You've noticed me now, haven't you? Beside him, Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqin from the corner of his eyes, ignoring him. Idiot. Stealing the limelight? You came to steal it from me? You idiot. I've been standing here for 3 days. It's about time. For the past 3 days, he had been constantly using his power to seal the gate of life. Now he was only 1 step away. However, it seemed that old Qin was not having it easy either. If he were to break through now, it would be easy to interrupt his advancement. Forget it. I'll let you break through first. Fang Ping felt that his conscience was too good. After old Qin had broken through, he would level up quickly. This way, he would not disturb Qin Fengqin anymore. Of course, at that time, no one would care about Qin Fengqin anymore. It had nothing to do with him. Ignoring Qin Fengqin's extremely slow advancement process, Fang Ping glanced at his own data. Wealth, 127. 5 million points vitality. 11,550 calories. 11,550 calories. Spirit, 1,800 hertz. 1,800 hertz. Power of destruction. Bones honed. 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 100 cubic meters plus. Energy barrier, 1 point/minute plus aura simulation. 10 per minute plus. He had forcibly increased his mentality and blood qi, and they had reached their current limits. His wealth had decreased a little, but it was not much. Until now, Fang Ping's wealth had not increased. The jade pendant, the pills in it, and the ancient weapon had not increased his wealth. Fang Ping did not know what was going on. He could only guess that the system could not give a specific value estimate for now. This was normal. Some of the value estimates given by the system before were actually transaction records. Whether it was life essence or monster carcasses, these things had a rough value range. However, these things had never been in transaction records. At least, Fang Ping did not know that they existed. The system did not give an estimate. He did not know if it was because of this. If the life gate is closed, I don't know if my mentality can break through 2,000 hertz. And if the life gate is closed, will I enter rank 7 directly? Or is there another process in between? Fang Ping did not know how his breakthrough was going to be. Would he stay at rank 6 or enter rank 7? Currently, he had no answer to this. Yao Qingjuan's breakthrough could not be compared to his own. Their situations were different. Beside him, Qin Fengqin was still pulling shit, struggling to materialize his Sanjiao gate. Fang Ping glanced at it, slightly speechless. So slow. With such a slow speed, you still want to show off? Especially when you're showing off beside me. It's only because you're pitiful. Otherwise, if I unleash my aura now, I'll send you flying. Qin Fengqing did not care about this. His vitality was soaring, his aura was full. For a moment, the people below were amazed. Teacher Qin was very powerful. Moreover, he had already entered rank 6 at such a young age. It was indeed worthy of admiration. It was rare for Qin Fengqing to enjoy such an opportunity. Under everyone's gaze, he was even happier. No wonder Fang Ping had to do this every time he broke through. It was indeed satisfying. His mood was 1,000 times better. Fang Ping has made a wedding dress for me this time. Satisfying. Let this guy be smug. Qin Fengqing expended a tremendous amount of effort and finally materialized the blood qi gate. At this moment, he had officially stepped into rank 6. However, when he materialized the second mentality gate, his speed slowed down. Most martial artists could only materialize one gate when they had just broken through. If they wanted to materialize the Sanjiao gate, it would still take some time. Old Wang and the others were special cases. They were all materialized in one go. At this moment, Qin Fengqing had materialized one gate. The second gate was also materializing with difficulty. It was obvious that his vitality was strong enough. After another 10 minutes or so, the second gate gradually became clear. Qin Fengqing's vitality was also depleted. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely. The consumption was huge. At this moment, Fang Ping, who had been standing at the side without moving, suddenly said, "I'll give you a hand." As soon as his words fell, a golden light flashed. In the next moment, Qin Fengqing roared. The aura on his body skyrocketed. The third gate materialized almost in the blink of an eye. Qin Fengqing was overjoyed. Initially, with his ability, materializing 2 gates was already the limit. He did not expect that the moment Fang Ping made his move, his third gate materialized instantly. Just as Qin Fengqing was in the midst of his excitement, Fang Ping waved his hand and swept him away. "Don't block everyone's view. I'll help you." That was because this guy really wasted too much time. Fang Ping was almost falling asleep watching him. Qin Fengqing did not even have time to say a word before he was swept away. At this moment, Fang Ping roared. In the void, 3 gigantic gates materialized instantly. They were 1,000 times clearer than the 3 gates that Qin Fengqing had just now. 2 of the doors had been completely sealed, and there was only a small gap left in the third door. Seal! Rumble! The void thundered. The gigantic gates began to close. Fang Ping's vitality soared to the sky. His entire body shone with golden light. Rumble! A loud noise was heard. Almost in the blink of an eye, the life gate was sealed. At the moment when it was sealed, Fang Ping's eyes shone with golden light. He suddenly roared. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel that the vitality on Fang Ping's body had reached an extreme level. The plants underground began to grow wildly. A few MCMAU grandmasters rushed over immediately. Before this, Fang Ping had been standing there. They could not be bothered to look at him. Now, however, their expressions changed drastically. Such a rich vitality. Is this kid still human? Based on his situation, I believe that he can live for thousands of years. At this moment, Fang Ping was like a blazing sun. What exploded from his body was not strength, but vitality. This life force spread out, causing everyone to feel lazy and extremely comfortable. Old Man Li also took a deep breath. He felt that the speed of his vitality draining had slowed down. Wu Quishan had also arrived at this moment. He said in surprise, "Why is his vitality so rich? Is it related to the large amount of life essence he consumed?" No, we seem to have overlooked something earlier. At this moment, Wu Quishan said in shock, Is that the imperishable substance on him? It seems so. Previously, they really could not tell. Fong Ping did not mention it. They only thought that Fong Ping had forged an incomplete golden body. As for the imperishable substance, without a complete golden body, it could not be born. When Old Man Li came out of Nanjiang's catacombs, he actually did not have the ability to produce imperishable substance. Now, however, Fong Ping's body seemed to be emitting imperishable substance. Just as everyone was talking about this, Fong Ping suddenly shouted, "Instructors and students who are injured, gather here!" As soon as he said that, Wu Quishan seemed to realize something. He shouted, "All injured instructors and students, gather here!" Beside him, Lu Fengru said in a low voice, His imperishable substance is limited. His vitality is also limited. I know, but this kid seems different." When Fong Ping shouted that, Wu Quishan realized that this kid seemed to be preparing to overflow his imperishable substance and vitality the moment he broke through to help the instructors and students heal. Logically, even at rank 8, the imperishable substance was also limited. Not to mention helping others, it was not even enough for his own cultivation. As powerful as Absolute Peak, he also used imperishable substance and would not use it indiscriminately. Last time when Zhang Tao helped the Tianan people heal, he only healed their injuries simply. Now, Fong Ping, a martial artist who was not even rank 8, actually wanted all the injured instructors and students to gather here. Although he did not know how much vitality and imperishable substance Fong Ping had released, Wu Quishan was not careless at this time. Fong Ping probably would not do anything rash. If he could help the instructors and students heal their old injuries, then it would be worth it. Although Fong Ping had left some life essence behind, it was limited and could only be distributed to some powerhouses according to his discretion. Some of the weaker ones' residual injuries were not so lucky to receive life essence to heal. Following Fong Ping and Wu Quishan's shouts, some instructors and students rushed over. These people gathered under the school archives. Once they arrived, many of them sat cross-legged, looking comfortable. Life energy. Vice-Chancellor, let old MCMAU come too. This, Wu Quishan frowned slightly. There were many injured, elderly people in MCMAU. Many of them were severely injured. Fong Ping did not want to overdraft himself because of this. I know what I'm doing. My life gate is still giving me energy. Vice-Chancellor, hurry up. Wu Quishan gritted his teeth and did not say anything else. He did not call for more people. Instead, he used flight stands to go to the old section to fetch people. After a while, Wu Quishan flew over with a group of elderly people who were missing arms and legs. When these people arrived, before they could even speak, their bodies suddenly shone with a golden light. At this moment, Fong Ping's body exploded with an extremely brilliant golden glow. It was as if a second sun had risen in Magic City. Fong Ping laughed loudly. Life Gate, the Life Gate's energy, is so powerful. The human body is indeed the most mysterious treasure. Although that was what he said, Fong Ping's heart ached so much that it was about to bleed. How could there be so much vitality feedback? The moment the Life Gate was closed, he did feel a rich vitality feedback to his body. However, just before they arrived, the feedback had already ended. At this moment, he was using his wealth points to help these people heal their injuries. One wisp of imperishable substance was 1,000 points. It was expensive. However, at this moment, countless fine threads of imperishable substance were constantly surging toward those who were injured. Below, Bairuashi was also there. Actually, she did not join the injured people, but watched from the periphery. However, in the next moment, Bairuashi's expression suddenly changed. Her broken left arm was a little numb. The flesh and bones seemed to be growing. This, Bairuashi raised her head and looked at Fong Ping. Her left arm had been broken for a while. Although Fong Ping had brought back a lot of life essence, the school had always given priority to martial artists who were seriously injured. Her broken left arm did not affect her combat strength too much. Before reaching rank 8, Bairuashi did not plan to restore her broken left arm. However, at this time, Fang Ping actually wanted to help her restore her broken arm. It was not only her. In the crowd, some martial artists who were injured also felt this at this moment. How much imperishable substance did this kid produce? Wu Quishan was stunned. Rank 8 martial artists could regrow their broken limbs. It was hard enough for them to recover themselves. How could they spare the energy to help others, unless they were really close to each other? However, at this time, Fang Ping was actually helping everyone to regrow their broken limbs. At this moment, some of the elderly were extremely excited and anxious. An elderly shouted, "Fang Ping, enough! Don't waste the imperishable substance. Help us regrow our broken limbs. Improve your golden body. Don't waste it. It's enough for us to recover our internal injuries." The group of elderly shouted hurriedly. Everyone knew how much it would cost to regrow a broken limb. Fang Ping seemed to have obtained a lot of imperishable substance from the life gate. But at this time, improving the strength of the golden body was the most important. When their internal injuries recovered, their combat strength would be restored. As for losing an arm or a leg, although it would affect them, compared to regrowing a broken limb, it was not worth it. It's okay. All the instructors have fought for MCMAU all their lives. Now that there is this opportunity, I, Fang Ping, will not be stingy with just the imperishable substance. As soon as he finished speaking, more golden threads burst out from Fang Ping's body. Bairuashi's left arm was growing at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. It was the same for some of the elderly. At this moment, their broken limbs were regrowing. God bless MCMAU. MCMAU's fortune. At this moment, many of the elderly were excited and indescribably touched. The imperishable substance was the foundation for powerhouses above rank 8 to enhance their physical strength. Even mentality could be enhanced with the imperishable substance. This thing was even more precious than life essence. One was an external object, while the other was the fundamental object that martial artists cultivated. The effects produced were somewhat similar, but the imperishable substance was more precious. Ha ha ha, the old man has recovered. After a while, someone laughed out loud. It was an old man in the old section. His hair and beard were all white, but at this moment his vitality was soaring. In a moment, his white hair turned black and his aura flourished. Peak rank 6. Some students were shocked. MCMAU still had a peak rank 6 powerhouse? Actually, many students did not know about this. It was not just that they did not know. In fact, in the old section of MCMAU, only a few students could go there, such as Fang Ping. The others could not go at all. That was the retirement place for the elderly. MCMAU also did not want the students to disturb these elderly. This old man was the first to fully recover. His combat strength was restored to the level of back then, instantly reaching peak rank 6. In the crowd, Luo Yichuan suddenly burst into tears, shouting, "Instructor!" That was his instructor. 15 years ago, he almost died in a big battle. These years, he had long been crippled. No rank 8 powerhouse would consume a large amount of their own imperishable substance to help a rank 6 recover. It was not that they did not want to save him, but they could not save him. There was a limit to the imperishable substance. Saving him might restore a rank 6 combat strength, but the rank 8 powerhouse would suffer a huge loss. It was not impossible to cut off the path to rank 9. Because of this, even Wu Quishan would not do such a thing. However, at this moment, the old man recovered. This was the first one. Very soon, the old men erupted with powerful vitality force one after another, vitality shaking the sky. Ha ha ha, I've recovered. I can still fight. I finally don't have to wait for death to be a useless thing anymore. Li Changsheng, you won't be arrogant for long, an old man provoked Old Manly. Old Man Li also lived in the old section. He liked to provoke these people when he had nothing to do. In the past, everyone was disabled. Old Man Li was not much better. However, later on, this guy recovered and broke through, not to mention how arrogant he was. Now, some martial artists of the same generation as him were provoking him one after another. I've recovered too. Old Man Li pursed his lips, too lazy to care. What rank am I? What rank are you guys? Can't you see how big the difference in strength is? In the past, I was worried that I could kill you with one slap. Now, if you dare to provoke me again, I'll beat you all up. Ignoring these guys, Old Man Li glanced at Fong Ping, who was still erupting with imperishable substance. He could not help but look at Wu Quishan and asked, "How much has this kid erupted?" "At least equivalent to 4 or 5 rank, 8 martial artists' imperishable substance." Wu Quishan's expression changed. This was equivalent to asking 4 or 5 rank 8s to exhaust everything to save someone. This was impossible. If each person used a little, under the condition that they did not hurt themselves, at least 30 rank 8s would have to be invited to help. The price to be paid was definitely higher than the rank 8s Fong Ping invited last time. Last time, those rank 8s only targeted Fong Ping alone. The consumption was actually not much. This time, however, there were many people. Not to mention, they had to regrow broken limbs. The last time, he had spent more than 10 billion on the person he had hired. This time, he was afraid that he would have to spend more than 100 billion. Most importantly, money was useless at this time. They had to take out hundreds of billions of resources to hire people, not to mention whether Wu Quishan would agree. Even if he did so, these old people would not agree. Severed limbs regrow. At this moment, many old people were jumping and jumping. They were as excited as children. Many people had not experienced such a feeling for many years. There were a few who had broken their legs and were still limping as they walked. They had yet to get used to their new legs. However, the excitement on their faces was obvious to anyone. Bai Ruoshi touched her left arm with her right hand. She was laughing and crying at the same time. She did not expect her left arm to grow out so quickly. The students and instructors stared at Fong Ping in shock. Then, he looked at Fong Ping fervently. Fong Ping's breakthrough this time had completely subverted everyone's imagination. As for Qin Fengqing, who would remember who Qin Fengqing was? At this time, even if there were other rank 7s breaking through at the side, they would not care. This was what it meant when a man attained the Tao. Even his pets would ascend to heaven. Fong Ping's breakthrough alone had benefited everyone in MCMAU. It was unbelievable. In the air, Fong Ping hid his pained expression. The golden glow had slowed down significantly. It was almost there. The consumption was too high. One strand was 1,000 points. He had probably released tens of thousands of strands just now. Tens of millions. Tens of millions of wealth points now were equivalent to hundreds of billions from before. However, seeing the old people and the teachers and students who had recovered from their injuries celebrating, Fong Ping felt a little comforted. Although he had spent tens of millions of wealth points, it was not considered a loss. Nowadays, the stronger MCMAU was the better. These people were injured for MCMAU and for mankind. Since he had a lot of wealth points, it was not a big deal to spend some. The key was to look at these people's hearts. Fong Ping felt that if he were to raise his arm and rally to overthrow Wu Quishan's rule, there would probably be people who would support him. Old Wu. Oh, Old Wu, you're done for. Fong Ping glanced at Wu Quishan. Old Wu was still excited. Look at how much my prestige has grown. He did not think about this anymore. At this time, Fong Ping retracted his imperishable substance and let out another roar. In the sky, the heaven and earth's pie appeared instantly. 3 gates descended in a triangular shape. There was no toll booth. On the big pie, the 3 gates formed a triangle. Following that, a small city appeared. The big pie suddenly became bigger, covering the sky and the earth in an instant. The illusory small city sat between the three gates. The three gates seemed to have become the city gates of the small city. Everyone was mesmerized by this scene. Fong Ping's breakthrough was completely different from other rank 7s. At this moment, the small city seemed to have become more realistic. The three gates opened. Waves of energy surged into the small city, making the small city more and more realistic. In the city, there seemed to be other illusory figures appearing. Sounds of laughter and chatting could be heard faintly. Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, and Huang Jing were shocked. This kid, could it be that the strength and realism of this materialization had directly surpassed early stage rank 7? This mentality was definitely more than 1,000 hertz. Lu Fengru looked at Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan paused for a while and said slowly, "It has exceeded 2,000 hertz." The three rank 7 grandmasters were happy and sad at the same time. There was nothing sadder than this in life. Not long ago, the three of them thought that Fong Ping would not surpass them so quickly. But now, even Huang Jing, who was also a middle stage rank 7, was inexplicably sad at this time. I probably can't beat him. No, I definitely can't beat him. Although they were of the same rank, Fong Ping had a golden body. Just as he thought of this, Fong Ping himself also leaped up. His entire body shone with golden light, standing proudly at the top of the small city, like an emperor. At this moment, in MCMAU, Li Hansong, who had just rushed over from CCMAU, saw this scene and murmured, "The emperor is on an inspection tour!" Fong Ping was like an emperor, inspecting his own country. The small city below was right under his feet. In the city, some illusory figures seemed to be worshipping at this moment. Behind his head, a brilliant blood-red sun hung. Pressure rose, mentality-vitality fusion, celestiality intertwined. At this moment, Fong Ping was so dazzling that it made people tremble. The next moment, the entire MCMAU erupted in extremely enthusiastic cheers. Congratulations to the Grandmaster! Congratulations to the President! Congratulations to MCMAU! Congratulations to Sino Nation! MCMAU had produced another Grandmaster. This year, MCMAU had produced Grandmasters one after another. Li Changsheng, Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, and Wu Quishan had broken through rank 9. However, there had never been a moment as exciting as this. A 20-year-old Grandmaster. The first was a Grandmaster who was still a student. Fong Ping's arrival had changed too many things. He had also let people see too many things. See hope, see the future. MCMAU had a replacement of the old and the new, and there was a successor. Congratulations to General Frenzied Blade for breaking through. At this moment, some Grandmasters from Magic City had also rushed over, their laughter shaking the sky. First military schools. Yao Chengjun had not broken through in front of them. Yao Chengjun was also very low-key, and his reputation was not as big as Fong Ping's. Fong Ping, however, had broken through under their noses. Not to mention, this was the god of wealth. Of course, they had to congratulate him.